Greetings, samurai. Kuno taxi ga tadaima, sanjo. Welcome to Saturday evening's Pathfinder stream with your host, P-Chips, SG6, also known as Namida no Samurai. Today we will be venturing into the final part of my custom story, the Vault of Galudrahl. It'll be interesting to see how much the team actually managed to solve and if they managed to prevent the fall of Atlantia. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but it should at least answer most questions. So we'll be jumping back into the voice chat in a second. Anybody who is here, thank you very much for your attention and for joining in with this. Please be aware that I will not be monitoring the chat. This is much more like a podcast than anything else, just so you can listen in and hear the story with these amazing players. At the end, we'll do a big shout out to everybody that's been involved and my thank you message as usual. But otherwise, sit back, relax, enjoy, and let's see how much these guys manage to mess up my story. It'll be great. I always look forward to it. Let's go.
A face, it's the Eden face.
Straight back in with the Eden face.
I have to do my intro soon, but I still have 4 minutes of my starting soon, so I haven't done it yet. This is me going.
That's me all live and ready to go.
You live and ready to go?
I'm live.
Oh shit!
Y'all
Can
live
they hear
on
me?
Big Brother. Please do not.
Can they
swear.
hear me?
Yeah, I think everybody can hear y'all.
Too late on that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure I swore. I'm sorry.
You did. Quite
I cussed.
clearly.
Are we allowed to swear?
If you need to.
I'm sorry.
Fuck!
I generally don't on my stream. You'll never hear me
I
streaming. You'll never hear me swear when I'm on stream. Or on any of my videos if I can help it.
Challenge accepted.
But it happens. Like sometimes it's just like, okay, yeah, this is just one of those moments.
Hello, Peach's stream.
Not that anyone actually,
Over on mine, I have a button that says, "Hey, don't swear."
Oh, I posted a little screenshot of Cyberpunk Jaina.
Ooh, let's see what Cyberpunk Jaina looks like.
If you ever do play the game, beware the nudity.
Well,
There's a lot.
Yeah.
we're gonna pick it up. We just haven't picked it up yet. We're waiting for a little bit because we literally have so many games.
I heard XQC had to drop his stream of it because he may have accidentally excessively revealed the genitals from his custom character. I was like, oops. They weren't kidding when they said it was graphic.
It's like the Final Fantasy 14 mods, but better.
Without it being a mod. It's built in. It's like stuff you would find
Any
on Lovers
game that
Lab.
lets you decide if you're circumcised or not is a good game in my book.
Wait, is that seriously a customization option? You can
Yes.
customize?
They have huge
Shut the
number
front
of
door.
options with sliders.
Wait, no, they don't.
There's a
It's
lot
like
of
a-
options.
There are no sliders.
Well, not so much, but it's like sort of like multiple options for each different thing.
Yeah.
It's like, I want my
have
cyberpunk
3
character to be
options.
Jewish. I'm gonna go circumcised or uncircumcised. Here we go.
I've heard that some people are experiencing a glitch where they'll choose one set of genitals and then in the mirror they'll see another. So people are paying like $60 to get gender dysphoria, and it's great.
Wow. Wowie zowie. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
I'm really
It's-
upset because they can't change it.
Start again. I've done it. I'm done.
Yeah, restart.
I don't
Well,
care. Some of the glitches are really annoying me, though. I hope they fix them. Not everyone's experiencing them, but I've got one where randomly all my equipment will disappear. Stuff gets unequipped randomly.
Ooh,
so
that doesn't seem too good.
It's not. I'm like, right, draw my shotgun. You have no weapon equipped. What? Okay, look down. Why am I naked? Oh, dear. Dead. This should not happen.
All right, I'm gonna start my stream early, folks. I'm going to mute myself and deafen myself. I'll be RB.
I
For myself just as you scream dead.
Yeah, that's yes.
It's fine.
So, weird thing for me, for some reason,
What was that?
That aspect of character creation makes me actually not want it, weirdly enough.
You can turn off genitals. Just
Yeah, there's the
and
option
I
there's
for
turn
not
off
to.
mine? Be gone? just Kendall?
yeah, you're in underwear.
Or the fact
Excellent.
that the whole thing's on like cyber enhancement, so you could have just had the whole thing replaced with being non-gender.
I have a toaster. I will be a tech priest and be excellent.
Nice.
In the Grimdank, we do not have need for genitals. We just have lasers.
I just want wrist blades.
Oh,
That's the only bit I'm after.
Oh, that's why. No, it's not the fact that it is a thing that exists. That's a selling point.
It's not really. It just got famous for it because it has that level of customization. It's got nothing to do with the game at all, apart from what you want your character to look like.
In which case, that's different. I just know it blew up, so...
Yeah, it's because most games don't have that, so it's like, we're going to talk about the unique features of this game. And people only had access to, like, that opening scene, like, up to the first tutorial mission, basically. So what else are you going to talk about? Oh, look, it's got guns. It has stealth. Oh, yeah, there's hacking. Yeah, let's talk about hacking. Let's talk about what's hacking.
Also, I hate will-o-wisps.
Uh-huh.
They're gigantic pain.
Right, so I need to go and find a token for will-o-wisps. Got ya.
No.
So now we're going against a beholder and will-o'-the-wisps.
Yeah.
Got it.
So a will-o-wisp is CR6, so it's not quite as hard as a beholder.
Yeah.
Immune to magic? Yeah, that's fine. Naturally invisible?
No, it's not.
Yes, immunity to magic. Immune to all spells and spell-like abilities that allow spell resistance.
No, I mean it's not fine.
It's fine, it's totally fine. Anytime you're within 15 feet of a dying creature or subject to fear, it gains healing. Are you scared?
Right.
Good, I'm healing. Oh, you dying? I'm healing now as well. That's...
It's only because I died to a will-o-wisp, so...
Yeah, by
in that run of Kingmaker, so...
Well, now you can die to one in this run of Pathfinder as well. It'll be great. I'm looking forward to the Beholder fight.
No.
It's Ash's fault.
Hey, what? Excuse me?
You're the one that posted the thing against my beloved Beholder
Did
channel.
I?
Yes. You started the whole thing.
No? Oh.
Yes, you did.
It
was
call it a
all
nerd.
you.
You 22-eyed round meatball man.
Yeah. It's like the bit where it says the beholder's sobbing, it's like high school all over again. Yeah, except now I can disintegrate people just by looking at them. And you're dead, and you're dead, and you're dead. Anyone else want to make fun of me? No, give me your lunch money. That's basically how Beholder-chan would survive high school.
Now I'm just imagining a beholder with little bows on the end of each of the little eye stalks and a little skirt. And it's both adorable and disgusting.
Really Beholder-chan is a thing, funnily enough.
The internet, of course it's a thing.
You know, after Grievous-chan, I'm not surprised anymore.
Oh.
Isn't it Rule 63?
34.
If someone's
There are
thought
too
of
many rules on
it
the
exists.
Yeah.
Rule 35. If it doesn't exist, you searching it will make it exist.
Yeah. So we'll go, wait, why can't I find anything from this? I must make it. Ash, begin working on the technology.
My drawing software has become corrupted, so I cannot make any cursed memes at the moment, and I'm really sad. So I literally in the process right now of fixing it.
So this is why we've had a slight respite then.
Perhaps.
But then there will be a full week or two of catching up to do.
Oh yeah.
Make the first one about Sage and Beholder-chan.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry. Sage is gonna be like fireman lifted by Beholder-chan.
I'll be so cute.
He is senpai.
It's like, you're the only one that accepted me for who I am. You want to come back to my lair and make more Beholder babies?
Oh god.
Nope.
I hate that.
My life will play and show underworld.
No. No.
And welcome
Just
back.
no.
Just a Slack message.
Unfortunately, I know too much about that. No.
Beholder
No.
baby.
No. I mean, Mind Flayer would still be awful, too.
Mind Flayers are great.
Yeah, but do you know how they get new Mind Flayers?
Tell me.
So they put a brain parasite squid in your head.
And it grows inside your skull.
I love it.
And eventually just replaces it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I did it. I did the thing, you guys.
Well done.
Yay.
You've missed a
Welcome
fantastic conversation about
About
Sage
what?
and Beholder-chan making new baby beholders. It's great.
Oh, so we're making baby beholders in this? What?
Oh.
Is that what's happening right now? I thought they were CR13, so that's why we weren't bringing them in.
Oh, no, they're in because you guys wanted to bully the Beholder.
I didn't want to bully. I said no, I'm okay. I said I'm fine. I don't need to bully the beholder.
I'm trying to bully him. I just said I would love him and hug him and call him George.
And then she'll be very offended because you called her like he. It's like, that's not how I identify, and then we'll disintegrate you.
Then I will adjust.
That'll be too late because they have a very short temper.
Tayel!
Cyphers!
Tayel, please! Tayel, please! Oh man, I'm so rooting for Torin to... I just want there to be love at the end of all this.
It's a feminist senpai.
It's like, please, don't let bad things happen to our precious girl, to our little cinnamon roll.
I mean, I can't say senpai to Tael, can I?
Uh-oh.
I'm legitimately asking. I have no clue.
Wait, what's the question?
The feminine of senpai, because I have no idea.
There's no gender specifics.
I had no idea.
Senpai just refers to an upperclassman and can be used for either or any gender.
So I could run screaming towards her, screaming, "Save me, senpai." Fantastic.
Yes. And then she'd be like, what language is that? You barrel into her kneecaps.
That's not Sylvan. No.
As I was saying, I haven't had time this week at all to make specific maps for what I've got planned for today, so we're just going to have to go with generic map and serious amounts of imagination. And hopefully I can describe it well enough.
That's okay. Naughty. It's fine. Make it work. Teamwork makes the dream work.
I will warn you, I am emotionally fragile. I watched Coco last night, and I am still wrecked.
Oh dear.
I still haven't watched it.
Don't.
God.
If you value
The ending.
If you value your tear ducts.
Oh god, are there going to be tears in this session? I didn't bring tissues. Hold on. Wait a minute.
A box of tissues lives next to my computer.
Oh no.
It's alright,
No.
because if you can't find one, you just pick up the nearest cat and then rub your face into it. It'll also work.
She's taking a nap on Dad's lap. I'm fucked.
That's why it'd be hilarious if you start crying, you just suddenly grab her from her nap and especially your face and go, I need a tissue! She wouldn't know how to react. She'd be like, what the hell? What the hell? No.
I
I got an old phone bill here I can use in a pinch.
I know. I've got a sock that'll help.
Yeah. Hopefully a clean sock.
Yeah, of course. It's a clean sock. I also have my McDonald's breakfast napkin that I had from this morning.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I don't want to... Okay. All right. Well, here we go.
Alright, so last time on Pathfinder, what happened, guys?
Stuff.
I became a fucking high priestess and I don't know how to bless people.
We're only missing 4 planets. Now it's fine.
I really hope we don't need to know those 4 blessings because I'm fucked.
Anyhow, as for what happened, we're in an ethereal realm, and we're fucked.
Tor's getting married!
Coffin found out he was a servant.
After calling himself a king for a very long time.
Potentially.
Merla is a, oblivious captain of the guard.
She's just vibing.
I apparently am Prince Torin Reinhardt, son of Queen Baera and King Theodar, leaders of the Kingdom of Mu, so that's fun. I apparently have daddy issues.
I am High Priestess Alikara. I was there for the birth of Princess Tyel, and I have the blessings of the stars to bless people with.
I'm just a bard. I'm just a bard.
Actually, that's worked to our benefit.
Yes, that has.
Just fit in wherever people go, she's here to do this. Okay.
Give us a background. Give us all the background, but tell her. So I don't look like a nut job.
Yeah, because I should know all of this, but she doesn't, so you can tell her. I command it, because I'm prince and stuff.
Because I'm too lazy to explain it myself.
103 is as long as I am tall, so it's not that big.
Oh, and we got a meeting penciled in with the king and queen.
Yep, the King's Court.
King's
Yeah,
Court,
well-
we're gonna have a dry run of the wedding.
Yeah, that's more what I meant. Sorry.
King Tadare is going to appear probably after the dry run of the wedding.
Mm-hmm.
We may or may not stab him.
Unless we accidentally stabbed Tor and we didn't know it.
That would be...
We should have asked his height. That's my biggest regret.
My height?
It's like the first time you've even mentioned, it's like, did we even check that the king was human or halfling?
I thought you said it was
Human.
Probably said it was human-esque.
He said he was human. So every time you go, you think we stabbed Tor. It's like, okay, I'll let you keep thinking that. That's fine.
I just wondered if maybe he magically grew. I don't know.
Yeah,
This is an ethereal
you're
realm.
racist.
Anything's possible.
It's racist. Halflings, you're just children. You haven't grown into humans yet.
That's racist.
I'm deeply offended.
Is
But my coffee.
Nope.
What's this about coffee?
I want it.
Have you not got any?
Dude, I woke up 40 minutes ago.
There's plenty of time to make coffee. That's enough time to make like 20 cups of coffee and drink them.
Yeah, I don't have the means to make the coffee.
Oh,
No, that's another problem entirely.
yeah.
There's white crap outside.
I'm
Ew.
jealous. I'm very jealous.
You can
I am too, yeah, I like snow.
Lots of
You
white
fucking
stuff
have it.
outside.
The Winter Queen is here! Aura will be praised! She will bless this session.
Y'all need it.
You can have her. Just, you can have her.
Did you just say we'll need it?
No, not at all. I didn't say anything.
I mean, it's only the
She keeps it up to herself. Thank you very much.
it's only the climax of the whatchamacallit campaign, and we'll be fine. We won't nearly die again.
I'm not
I
planning
have a
to
pretty
kill
cloak.
everyone.
I'll be okay.
Hey. If it does come to that, I will have Coffin sacrifice himself as a true hero that he always was.
Yeah.
Can we get this in writing?
No.
Can we get video proof
What? That he. What?
that he's always been a hero?
Look, he can't bluff for anything.
Really? What happened to the wedding ring?
Oh, he didn't bluff about that. He just no one saw him.
Sleight
do
of handed.
Mm.
So no
Yeah.
one knows anything about this.
With coughing, running away from combat, screaming, "I remember you fondly."
I mean, that's if the beholder does show up.
But Beholder Chen loves coughing.
Oh no!
She's been watching him when he sleeps.
Don't do this, man.
Bye bye, coffee desk.
Bye, coughing. This is a double wedding now. And as her gift, she will eliminate all who doubted you. Because you too understand the pain of being made fun of.
Honestly, Paige, if that was the offer on the table, I'd take it.
I mean,
Right.
considering the other part of it and being disintegrated, technically that is a better offer.
I'm gonna draw a photo for you of what that's gonna look like. It's kind of like that cat photo I drew once before.
No, no,
And once it's
Give me
on
a
Discord,
second.
it will be there permanently. And then we
No.
can get started.
don't.
We need
Do
it.
it.
This
I've
is not
already
something
done
that you want.
I've
This is
already
something
started.
we need. Alright, I'll let Pizza get on with that in the background, and we will begin in the morning of the day before the
Third
wedding.
day.
Yeah, dawn of the third day. The moon's looking mighty big in the sky. Right, okay, so we were, let's say, starting off the dawn of the third day. Night's been very similar to the night before. Most of you having vivid nightmares that have disturbed your sleep. Except for Vanasha, who's slept beautifully well again. Best.
I'm gonna
night
get out
sleep.
of this like Sleeping Beauty.
So yeah, most people like stagger to the dining hall after preparing their spells, making their prayers, getting ready for the day. Some kind of caffeinated beverage is brought to
Caffeinated.
caffeinated, yeah, coffin's been coffin in it.
No.
Right.
What's the song with time work here? Can we reset the days?
Is that the song? Is that the reverse song of time? That one.
Yeah, that's the regular one. That's the old N64 one.
So I seem to remember it's in Majora's Mask you had to play it backwards to reverse this.
You play it backwards to slow it down.
Yes. I remember that. Something about playing it backwards, and then you could play it. You doubled the notes if you wanted to advance a day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a shame no one has an ocarina of time in their possession, or a giant set of drums made out of a tree. But either way, like as we previously mentioned, Torren will have been granted leave to take Tyrell's place in the morning hearings with the King and Queen. So once you finish breakfast, he's expected to go and join them. Tyrell will be asleep still. Usually waking up around about midday to join you in the afternoon. And you have the afternoon wedding rehearsal to attend, so we can find out how much of the ceremony Alikara can blag her way through.
Right? She starts her morning by just grabbing a pen and some ink, and some scribe paper and starts doodling some drawings in preparation for the day's events. She kind of puts her hands over it and goes, Discord. And then she posts something in Discord. And then she starts her day.
It's going to be, is it a marvelous piece of artwork?
Yep.
I think it's
Oh god, I think that's worse than the cat one.
I didn't write it at the bottom, but I meant to say jump, jump, jump. But I figured you could assume.
Pokey. I don't know. I think you should post that to Twitter. That's some amazing artwork there.
That's pretty good. I'm not sharing that on stream.
No.
But
But
that is
she smiles. She gives tribute to her blessed Arl, and she goes about to start her day. She's like, well, if the world's gonna fucking end, starting on the right foot.
So Alikara seems to at least be trying to keep her spirits high despite a very disturbed meditation.
She doesn't know what's going on anymore. At this point, she's like, you know what, fuck it. Whatever happens, happens.
But say, as usual, it's up to you guys how you want to do things. You know what the expectations are. But other than that, you are completely free to spend this day however you wish.
Go to court.
Yeah. We go to court. Now, can we all go to court, or is it just you that goes to court?
Well, the court, as you saw before, is open to members of the public who are either raising their own petitions or have been summoned as part of the royal judgment. But I say the temple itself is open to the public as well, so anyone can attend, but Torin will be required to take a seat at the front.
Okay, so then I'm gonna look for Torin and be like, all right, listen, threw you into this. I fucked up, but I'll be there with you, just as a onlooker, and maybe we can get some information.
And I hope they have a footstool.
You'll be fine. Tyel offered you her seat.
Yeah, she's
there.
not exactly tall. I mean, she's taller than Torin, but she's not exactly
I'm
tall.
3'1". Even if she's on the short side at 5, she's still a good 2 feet taller than me.
Nah, she's only 4 foot something. She's little.
Still pretty big.
But she's still over a foot taller than him. Just means his head's at a really good level when she hugs him.
Hey now.
It's like I just motorboat her all the time by accident. I don't mean to.
Okay.
Where's that piece of artwork?
Oh, here we go.
Not until after the wedding. I blessed her in this world. I respect her.
So we've got Torin's will be heading in with Alikara. Who else is going in with? And if you're not going, what would you like to go?
I would like to go with Alikara and Torin. I would like to discuss with the king with the magical defenses, since I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen if the door is going to attack. I want to make sure everything's pretty good.
Okay, sounds good. You'll be able to meet with the king once the court has been called to a close. Because thanks to Coffin, his schedule has been cleared for the rest of the day after that.
I'm actually going to hang out in the temple and see if I can't pick up the other blessings.
Okie dokie. Coffin and Mela.
Say GB muted if you're talking.
Yes, Sage, you're muted. Oh, I bet his roommate's come in or something. I'll be screaming at him.
Be right back.
Yeah. Did he? I say nothing's coming through on mine. Like, tell me if there's messages or anything, because Discord's reset itself.
We put it in the D20 chat. He said he'll be back screaming.
Oh, I thought he was just talking about...
I thought that was about the
character
beholder
as well.
art.
Yeah, I thought you just continue on that conversation. Alright, Ash, what are you doing? What's Merla going to be doing this morning? We're getting silence again. So we lose Ash and Sage at the same time. I think we have. Alright, I guess we shall have to get started without them and find out what they're doing when they come back. Okay, so you guys leave the Imperial Palace towards the southern end of the noble quarters and head round through the gates and past the gardens where it looks like the preparations for the wedding are pretty much finished. People are already starting to line up on the steps, trying to claim their spot for watching the wedding. Even if it is from a great distance, this is such a rare opportunity for them that no one wants to miss it. And so the prime spots are being claimed all the way. But the central garden itself, where the ceremony will take place, is being reserved for only noble guests, so seating is completely prohibited. Guards are set up as of Merla's request to ensure that only the noble guests are in attendance, with the front rows allocated for the royal families. You head through the temple, but so while the garden section itself is off limits for people claiming seating positions, they can still pass through for now. A lot of people are already for early in the morning reveling in the designs and the setup, and many have entered the temple for their morning prayers as you pass through. So Vanasha can stop at the temple part and start to parley with the acolytes and join in questioning with some of the temple visitors as the rest head through into the throne room. As you step in, the king and queen are already at their thrones. The king seems to be reading through a scroll with lists of potential cases that they'll have to deal with. Suitors and are lined up on either side of the throne room, some of them being held between guards, quite visibly prisoners, or those being forced to stay here to have judgment passed upon them. When the king sees you enter, and the guards announce Prince Torin entering the room, the king will look up from beneath the scroll, lowering it slightly to peer over and goes, "Ah, Prince Torin, so you have agreed to join us today. Very good, very good." And he will gesture his hand out to Tyle's throne. Thank you.
Climber up into
He climbers up head first, and turns around, sits with his feet dangling off the front of the throne, and goes, "It will be interesting to see how the future king of my city would pass judgment. I look forward to seeing your sense of justice and nobility here."
Live up to your expectations.
Give me a sense motive check. And anybody else that's there can roll sense motive as well. So Coffin has decided to go into the throne room as well then. Because I was going to ask you what you wanted to do, Sage, except, you chose that time to disappear. It's completely up to you if you want Coffin to go in and stand there and listen to the court or go somewhere else. Vanasha has stayed in the temple to try and pick up some more information there. And it's up to you and Ash what you want your characters to do.
I figure Coffin would go into the throne room, being that, well, unless the other servants basically had other questions for him.
Okay. But bear in mind, you are supposed to be in charge. So, telling people what to do.
Yeah. Basically, I'm saying unless they ask me.
Yeah, unless they ask me what to do, then just get on with it. Fair enough.
Yeah.
And Ash has sent a message in saying their computer is completely and utterly balked. So we'll be hopefully back once a fix is found. Okay, so it's very obvious that the king is watching attentively to find out how, judging to see if he thinks that Torrin is going to be a worthy successor to him. But for Beatrix and Coffin, you get the sense that he wants Torrin to succeed. He wants Torrin to make a good decision. There's a certain tiredness in the king's voice.
Okay.
And he's ready for a successor here. That I don't want to be here kind of vibe. But it is his kingly duties, and he will continue. So the court is going to be in session all morning, as various people are brought forward, and we'll give you a few different scenarios, and we'll see how Torrin would respond. A few people are brought forwards asking for the crown's coin to support new business ventures, and the king and queen will make that decision because they're still in charge of the financials. But when there's some more decisions about the people themselves rather than the crown, the king will be turning to Torrin to say, "What do you think?" The first of these cases is let's have a look which one would be a good one for the first one. Give me a second. Sorry, I've got a few potential options that I was trying to write up earlier, but wasn't sure which ones to use. Alright, no, not that one. Okay. The first person brought to you is a middle-aged, well, I say middle-aged elven woman. So, in their terms, probably several hundred years old, judging by the appearance of wrinkles on her face. She's being escorted by two guards, but they're not holding her. She's holding her own, but they are stood with weapons either side. And as she steps forward, the guard to her side will introduce her as what's the rest of the name? The Lady Aradel. And we'll proceed to read out the circumstances, which was to say she has turned herself in to be judged by the king for the crime of murder. At this point, the King Atlas will turn to Torrin and go, "Well, let's see how you handle this one. The floor is yours, Your Highness." as he sits back into his throne.
Can you explain the circumstances that led to this murder?
The woman will bow her head to the king and then to the prince. I was only following the will of the planet, sire. This man was born under the moon. His death was required.
Suppose I should ask if this is a common or accepted practice in this kingdom, seeing as I'm not from here.
Well, why don't we have our priestess describe that to you?
Oh, you want me to really explain it? Young prince, those that are born under the sign of the moon are in possible representation and symbolism of death. So it has been said that there are case instances where those in respect of their deity proceed to take consequences and actions into their own hands. This isn't the first time offense that we've witnessed here before.
Surely his birth sign is no reason to kill him. He may be against it.
They're very... You have to understand that the birth signs and the blessings that fall upon those under those birth sign are taken with great reverence here in our great kingdom.
The woman Aladel will looks like us. Please, my lord, because of this man, my daughter, she died in childbirth. The moon required the blood sacrifice. He brought death into my family. It was the only way to appease this curse.
This man was your daughter's lover?
Yes, my lord. They were not wed.
Priestess, what is the standard punishment for this kind of event? Is there one?
Out of character. Fuck.
Yeah, I am saying fuck constantly every time he mentions anything.
Okay, I'm sorry. I beg, please repeat your question again, young prince.
The standard procedure with one who does one of these God-required killings. Is there punishment doled out to some degree?
This is something that's not under the prerequisites of the temple. This is something that's decided by trial and by judge and jury.
You're lucky it is. Yeah.
Character, well, fuck you too.
AKA, it's the king's decision what to do.
Let me ask. I imagine the king won't exactly give me advice on this one, will he?
Nope, he wants to see how his future son-in-law would handle a situation like this. So he looks across and goes, well, my prince, the decision is yours. As king, I give you authority to choose the fate of this woman. Will you forgive her for her devout following to the divine? Imprison her to ensure she would never commit such a heinous crime outside the laws of this wall? Or would you choose a different fate for her?
Where I come from, death is usually met by death. But I am not there now. I am here. I would like to discourage the practice, if I may, of these felt honor killings. Perhaps some time within the city dungeon or a fine of some regard would be in order.
So you would choose imprisonment. Very well. He nods to the two guards. And as she's about to be taken away, she goes, "Thank you, my lord." She bows her head, and it is taken away to be imprisoned.
Oh, this is going to be a long day.
I kind of just look at Torin like, I'm so sorry. I give him such an apologetic look.
Okay, next one. I said, well, again, I'm going to skip through a lot of them because some of them will just be, like a nod. Do we lend this person money or not? We have enough in the coffers, but would it bring profit? Blah, blah, blah. A lot of those kind of cases pass through. We'll just choose a few more to get a better judge of your character. The next one that is brought forward is a young human male. I'd say probably in his late 20s. Who is described as potentially... he's been accused of slavery and attempted assassination of a noble within the walls of the city. The king reads through the scroll of the crimes. He turns and goes, this is one of yours. This would be an apt one to find out how you deal with crimes of treachery in your country. How would the Kingdom of Mu approach this, Prince Torin?
I just make up wild shit because I know nothing about this kingdom, right? So, how much do they know versus what I'm going to say?
You will remember, so I think we mentioned it last time, a lot of the information that people have about the Kingdom of Mu is rumours. They don't know what's going on within your own kingdom walls, only what happens on the borders. I think we established that either in the last session or the session before that.
I'm going to say if I have carte blanche to basically say...
Yeah, yeah. I'm not going to expect you to like goes. You are lying, Prince. This is not how you deal with this. Off with his head.
That's my.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm not going to do that to you. This is a judge of character, purely.
Kingdom slavery is banned outright. Minimum sentence. Well, not a minimum sentence, but mandatory sentence. An attempted murder is highly frowned upon. I would encourage a lengthy jail session. Potentially some indentured servitude of his own.
So you would then release him afterwards to potentially continue
to pay his debt to society. I would require him to do works for either the temple or do works for the poor to make amends for his crimes. But initially jail.
And what if he should attempt this assassination again and succeed? Who then would bear the blame of this?
If he seems that he would reoffend, he would not be released. If he seems he would not reoffend, he would be released. If he does reoffend or even attempts it, then the punishment would be even more severe the next time. But I cannot assume he will. I cannot assume he will not change his ways.
Very well. Guards escort him to the cells, and he will be dragged away. The third and final case that we will cover this morning will be I would have been. I'm guessing Ash isn't back yet. Oh, you here? You're here?
Yeah, Ewan managed to sort me out.
Ah, awesome. Right, so this one will be this person that's being brought forward will be dressed in the tabard of the city guard. One of the knights from the walls. You do. Give me a sense motive again, please, people. Someone's going to be quite used.
Merla's not here with us, is she?
I'm going to say she is, seeing as Ash has been away for.
Because she is the head of the city, is head of the guards, is she not?
Yes. Ooh.
Oh, fuck.
See, Merla's aware of things this time.
When it comes to her assumed duty, she kind of has to.
She's awake. Right. Was that Coffin Troll? No, it was Coffin Troll from last time, wasn't it?
No, I think that new role
That's a new one,
is
yeah.
Coffin.
Got it. Okay, so...
Yeah, I switched back to Coffin from Sage.
Okay, thank you. So I saw it's like two different names. I was like, oh yeah, it's the same person. Right, so Coffin, Alikara, and Merla this time. We'll see that there is a definite hint of anger from the king on this one. Whereas the most of them he seemed quite neutral on. This one, you can see there is a small like scowl in the way that he like grits his teeth while reading through the notes on this case. And the king will stand for this one as the this goes, Knight Captain, my head of the guard here captured you in possession of illegal materials, supplying them to my own guard. If it was my decision today, you would be executed on the spot for these crimes. However, you may be in luck. For today, the future king of this city pays judgment upon you. He glances across to Torrent. You will decide this man's fate. He has betrayed the crown, he has betrayed his people, he has drugged and murdered his fellow man. Keep this aware as you make this final decision today, Prince. My queen will watch over this.
Didn't mention murder at first.
No.
Well, until you mentioned murder in the last second there, I had something else in mind, but now I'm thinking
Yep. People have died because of this man's actions.
this man has acted in a reckless, dangerous way, with little regard for his fellow man, his fellow guardsman. I see little choice then but to put him to death.
So you would not offer this one the same forgiveness as you have throughout the rest of this morning?
Forgiveness can be offered to those who may be redeemed. He has shown through his actions that he has little regard for anyone else. Perhaps not even his own life. Previous cases, I've seen specifics cases, not generalizations, but this appears to be a pattern of behavior that has led to this. I see no other choice here.
Very well. Knight Captain Merla, take this man to the docks. Ensure that his body falls into the oceans below us.
Oh boy.
I would ask, however, my lord, if we would delay this execution until after the wedding. Let us not mar the spirit of the city with a public execution. Everyone is in such a good mood. Let him rot in the oubliette until it's time for his death after the wedding.
Very well. I would have seen this crime cleansed from our city before your joining. But I am a man of my word. Very well. Take him to the towers overlooking the dock so he may look at the place of his execution. This one he is entrusting to his personal captain, Merla.
This is going to be an interesting walk.
So yeah, she can take her fellow knight by the arm and drag him from the judgmental chambers. It takes a short while for the king to calm down a little bit from this. The queen kind of steps in a little bit more to lead the next few cases. We'll switch to a couple of other people, and we'll come back to Torin and the others in the throne room. Vanasha, you will get to witness Merla escorting another guard from the temple to the teleportation circle at the end of the room. And once you leave the confines of the temple itself, the captain will turn to Merla. Why did you turn me in? You know I never meant for those people to die.
Your turn.
I'm going to take myself off push to talk first of all. There we go. I can speak freely now. Right. Intentions are not. Your actions have led to our precious comrades' deaths. You need to be held accountable.
The hours we have been expected to keep protecting this city are unbearable. I was just trying to give us the edge, to stay awake, to stay vigil.
That is a duty you swore to fulfill no matter the cost. This was expected.
This is what I did. I took the actions I best saw fit. I sought out an alchemist that promised me that this substance would help us to do our job better. It was never meant to. No one was supposed to die.
Yet.
He's like dragging him to one of the towers to hand him over to one of the other guards there and to pass on the judgment that's been given. He'll turn to you. You could have stopped me. This is on you as much as it is I, Captain. As he's turned round and is dragged into the tower by the guards there.
Confusion. Oh no.
Back to the temple room. Let's see how much stuff Nash has picked up this morning before we go back to the throne room to finish off the morning judgments. So, Vanasha has spent the last couple of hours milling around, talking to people, probably trying to interview a few, continuing on with the guise of being the royal chronicler. Attempting to potentially overhear. I think your goal was to try and overhear a few more of the different blessings, right?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Right, so I'm trying to remember what roll did we say was appropriate for that one. It was it a perception check we went for, just to see what you could overhear, or
Yeah,
no,
I think that was what.
or diplomacy, depending on which one you prefer.
If I have well, they're the same.
Nah, fair enough. Makes no difference then.
Oh, let's try this one.
Nice.
Actively talking to people and trying to get it out of them rather than just overhearing.
Yep, that was a good ploy, because you will be able to find out the information you're looking for, and potentially one other extra piece if you have a specific question that you would like answered by the acolytes. Okay, so the remaining blessings that you were after were the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Pluto, right?
Yep.
Okay, so Pluto's blessing was... blah, 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 blah. Pluto, watch over you in this life and the next.
May Pluto watch over you in this life and the next?
Yep. For Jupiter's blessings, it was may Jupiter's lights bring life and bounty.
May Jupiter's what?
Lights bring you life and bounty. Mars is may Mars give you strength and the courage to face your foes.
Say that again. May Mars give you strength what?
No, give you strength and the courage to face your foes.
Okay.
And then for the moon, the moon priestess, who's a little halfling acolyte. Not many people come to visit her, so she seems very happy when you approach her to ask about her faith. The blessing of death is may your face stay hidden to the moon while you walk this earth.
May your face stay hidden to the moon
while you walk this earth.
Basically, hope the moon doesn't recognize you so you don't have to die early.
Yeah. She's like, a lot of the conversation with the Moon Acolyte is very much about how people... She's quite optimistic about it, like how people only see Moon as death, but death's such a natural process. It's just about avoiding death. But when death comes for you, it should not be feared. Not many people understand.
Actually, yeah, that is a... Sorry, I reached out to others because my brain went... Durr.
Brain goes dope. This is what friends are for.
I'm supposed to think. Yeah, so actually, she will actually keep chatting up the moon priestess because she seems so happy to chat and everything.
Okay.
And she'll try and, have you ever witnessed a royal wedding before? How does this usually go down?
Okay. With such a good diplomacy check, she'll be very willing to open up to you. She says, well, I wasn't born when the king and queen themselves got married, but we've been doing a lot of reading, preparation, ready for the blessings themselves. A lot of my fellow acolytes and I are really hoping we get to be involved, but I think because this is a royal wedding, the head priestess will probably oversee the temple's requirements here. I know the king will oversee a majority of the ceremony. I mean, he has to. It's his bloodline that's involved here, but at the end of the ceremony, we get to put the blessings onto the married couple. That there's small offerings from each of the planets upon the blessed couple, as we lay the blessings on the couple. All of the planets will bless the married couple, rather than just the ones that they're born under, because they will become the future guardians of the city and must be guardians, protectors of all. So obviously we want them to be the most blessed they can be, I suppose.
What sort of offerings?
Oh, well, as you can see on each of the altars around here, we receive and give blessings to each of the gods. Like Neptune gives out a glass of water. For Jupiter, they give out a small selection of the finest crops which have been brought in. A small symbol of each of the deities. It is a gift of sorts given to the married couple. These are being prepared. We've been preparing them all week.
Are you the head acolyte to your religion? I know the high priestess oversees everything, but do you have heads to each of your sects?
No. We all report directly to the head priestess. There are several of us. We operate on a rotation. There's not many of us that follow the moon, so I'm here most days.
She'll give the moon priestess a bow and go, may your face stay hidden to the moon while you walk this earth.
She will bow her head and touch the holy symbol around her neck and goes, may you also stay hidden.
And then she'll kind of peek into the court and lurk.
Okie dokie. Right. I'm wondering if I need to give one more to make Torren really squirm before the end of the morning.
Oh, come on, man.
Make somebody besides Sage squirm.
Children are emotionally fragile today.
I want to steal one. Which is quite a funny one from Dragon Age Inquisition.
Oh no.
Which if you guys have never played it, or you've never come across this one, spoilers ahead, people, because this is a great one. I wish I could claim...
I played maybe 3 hours of it.
I wish I could claim that this one was an original one for me. But I'm taking my own little spin on it, but if you recognise it, please do enjoy a good giggle on this. But okay, like I say, so there's been a few more. The king has calmed down a little bit and has taken over, just like helping with a few of the other cases as they've come in. But as the afternoon comes to a close, there's one more case that draws his eye. This time, instead of a slight angry one, you almost see him sigh at this one and just touches his hands to his forehead. Oh. Calls it, and then calls in the next one. This time, an older, it's like a middle-aged elven male. This time is brought forward by a couple of the guards, and the king just goes, This man," as he turns to Torin, "is the husband of the elf that you judged earlier. According to the arrest reports here from the guards, he decided that the death of his daughter was the responsibility of the temple and decided to launch his protest by attacking the temple with a goat."
With the goat.
With a goat.
What?
Sent the rampant beast into the temple to terrorize and defile the altars to the gods. It appears we have a very disturbed couple on our hands, Prince Torin. How would you suggest we deal with this one?
At the mention of goat, Torin just puts his head in his hands.
Yeah, that was pretty much the king's response as well.
Dare I ask, what happened to the goat?
The king will look and goes, according to the reports, the goat was apprehended and has been held with the royal stable masters, awaiting judgment.
Was there any damage?
There was minor damage to two of the altars as their offerings were displaced from the tables. Some minor injuries from some of the patrons who were attacked by the goat. The elderly elven gentleman is like, "You best return my goat to me. She done nothing wrong. She were just upholding justice." The guard will like butt him in the back of his, like on his back with the butt of his spear to stop him talking.
Eat the goat, throw the man off the pier.
Very well.
No. No. I'll be honest, when you started to describe an old man, have you ever played Papers, Please?
Yes.
I was expecting Yorkie. No worry, I come back tomorrow. Oh Lord, this qualifies as criminal mischief.
It really does.
This is a slap on the wrist, a minor restitution to the temple. Give him his stupid goat back. Don't do it again. Pay a fine of 50 gold or something like that.
The king just kind of waves the back of his hand. "Make it so. I do not wish to see you in my halls again, old man." So as he's being dragged off, so does that mean I'm getting my goat back?
You're getting your damn goat.
Just gets butted in the back again by the guard with his spear. It's like, "Shut up. I've got to get your stupid goat." "It's not stupid. She got her name. So
Jordan looks over to the king and queen. Honestly, that was better than killing someone.
yes, the fact that that has come to our attention should have been dealt with by the guards before it even reached us. I think the captain is slipping a little bit. Either way, I think that is enough for today. He'll rise. A lot of the courtiers will turn and kneel as they are then dismissed from the throne room. The king will turn.
Burn gets up, lets out a deep sigh, goes over to Alakara. Thank you so much for a wonderful morning.
Do you want some breakfast? And I just hand him a gold piece. I go, I could buy you some breakfast.
I would love a mug of ale.
On me. And I just I take his palm and I just place the gold piece in his hand and I close his hand shut and I go, go with the blessings of the planets.
It was her fault, that.
I kind of start looking around, trying to see if I could find Vanasha or if I need to start heading towards the temple to see if I can meet her.
Oh, Vanasha's at the doorway, probably smirking, as she came in just in time to watch the goat trial.
Goat.
Well, I bet that's going to be a great story in your royal documentary. So, did you get any information from the temple?
Yeah, and Vanasha will share the rest of the blessings with her and go. You know, the acolytes were really excited to potentially be a part of the ceremony. I might suggest having one from each planet trail you with their offering. Like a ring bearer, but offering bearer.
Not opposed to this. My only question is, did you get any weird vibes from the moon one? Possibly like a potential assassination plot?
Nah, I think she was just looking for people to talk to.
All right, fair enough. I'll head over to the temple and let them know what the plan's going to be then. If you'd like to join me, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I'm going to go take care of that myself now.
She'll trail along. Nothing better to do.
All right, then I'm going to make my way towards the temple to find the acolytes.
Okie dokie. Before we deal with that one, I believe Beatrix wanted to approach the king to discuss the defences.
Right. Yeah, that last trial made me lose a few brain cells.
Goat. In Dragon Age Inquisition, it's just goat's blood is splattered onto the temple in retribution, but I thought actually attacking with a goat was funnier.
I think I've seen that quest. It's one of the early. It's an early one, isn't it?
Clip of it, yeah.
Yeah. It's once you've cleared the the Imperial, the Avar bit.
Is it before you head up the mountains?
It's once you've got the Inquisition set up.
I only did so far as to the relocation up to the big fortress. So
yeah, it's once you've got the big fortress set up. It's early on into that section. Once you've got Skyhold set up. It's an interesting one, though. But either way, yes. So, Beatrix, brain cells restore.
Right. Your Majesty, I would like to ask you about the magical defenses of our fair city. Has they been kept up or anything like that, or compromised in any way?
Magister Beatrix, I assume you are talking about in preparation for the wedding tomorrow.
Yes.
unless there's any extra wards that you feel necessary. There has been no reports of the city's defences dropping. We will be allowing only the royal family to enter the city before the ceremony. Apart from that, the usual defences remain online.
Right. If there's nothing else, that'll be all. I just want to give you a heads up if anything happens. Just to be on alert. I don't want anything to go wrong for this auspicious day. For Tor and your lovely daughter.
Very good, very good. I know I can trust the defences of the city into yours and Captain Merla's hands. Truth to be told, I have looked forward to this day from the moment Dale was born. I have ruled this city for far too long. And it will be nice to see an end to these wars.
Yes, it would be great to pass on to your next generation and relax. By the way, have you any idea where you would like to go for your twilight years?
I will. My queen and I will remain in the city for the time being, but it would be nice to go and walk the lands that we've ruled over for so long. Visit the nations that have become our allies. It has been too long since we left these city walls. It would be nice to walk the world again.
I guess that'll be all. By the way, is the guard in any way compromised after that my captain was taken away? Anything I should be aware of them?
The city guards. Yes, that does concern me a little. According to Knight Captain Merla's report, many under her control had begun using a drug-like substance which was blocking the dreams, was keeping them awake, but causing a lapse in their judgment. Dreams are necessary, you understand, to a person's soul. I believe that we have stopped the distribution of this substance, but it is something to be wary of indeed.
Okay, I'll redouble my efforts and be vigilant as well.
Thank you, Magister. Now, if that is all, my wife and I will be retiring to the castle for now, but we shall see you at the rehearsal this afternoon.
But of course, I'll take my leave.
Yeah, he will hold his hand out, and the Queen will take his hand as they proceed through the throne room and out into the city. So, Alikara in the temple.
Yes, in the temple.
With the wrench.
I'll have Vanasha
with the goat.
and the goat.
Does it look like there's any, like, the offerings that were damaged, are they going to be okay?
Yeah, this was this was done a few days ago.
Okay. So then I'm going to enter into the temple, of course, with Vanasha at my side, and then I'm going to try to find the nearest acolyte and ask them to please bring the the congregation of the acolytes to the center of the room so I can give just a brief few words before the rehearsal later this afternoon.
Okay, they can do that. Say that it's very easy. You're all in one room.
Oh, even better.
So, well, the ones that are on duty at least are all here. There are others within the city, but those who are on duty for today are here.
Okay. So, as I know for many of you, this will be the first time that you'll be bearing witness to the nuptials of our Princess Tyel, as well as the young Prince Torin. I would like to just reach out and ask that request that one acolyte, a representative of each planet, be present at today's rehearsal, because I would like you all to be present for tomorrow's ceremony. Please decide amongst yourselves as to who is going to be coming as representative of your planet. And please let me know in advance as to what the offering you choose to bring, and we will be proceeding with the ceremonies for the rehearsal in just a bit.
The Death Acolyte looks incredibly happy. She just grins while still at the back of the group.
Can I do some type of sense motive check on her? I just want to check to make sure she doesn't have any like wily ways.
Go for it.
I'm not going
to like super wholesome though.
She may very well be, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, she seems genuinely excited.
Okay. Okay.
But, yeah.
Are there any acolytes? I ask you now. Are there any questions that you have leading up to the rehearsal?
The Mars acolyte will raise his hand. Priestess, for the rehearsal, are we required to bring the offerings?
I would rather that the offerings be kept here at the temple. I would rather they don't leave the hands of the temple or the hands of our planets until it's the necessary time.
Very good. He raises his hand. I have a second question, Priestess.
Yes?
Will we be leaving the temple unattended during the rehearsals?
It's my hope that we can all be present together. It's my hope that we can all be present together. So, at my request, I'd like us to all not be unattended and to stay within the confines of the temple right now.
But if the rehearsal is in the gardens, then who will see to the practitioners?
I will take care of that with the planning of the wedding. I'll see to it that gets done. Don't worry about that.
Understood, Priestess. He will bow his head.
And I'll also kind of lightly bow. May Mars give you strength and the courage to face your foes.
May he strike down your enemies also, Priestess.
And I kind of just give a glance to Vanasha. And I'll say, documentarian, please follow me. As we start leaving the temple, I'll kind of just make sure that we're out of the sight or the sounds or the ears of anybody, and I'll go, what the fuck is up with that guy?
I'm hoping it's just a really deep voice set, but I don't know. He creeped me out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you and I alone. I would really like to try to detect magic on him, but I don't know if I can do that.
It takes a little too much prep to be useful.
I want to see what his offering is and the practitioners. I have to find a way, though, to keep them. Could I possibly use you as a ploy to kind of speak to them each one-on-one while I go check and see to the offering?
Why not just ask to see their offering and give it a once-over? You are the High Priestess.
All right, that's what I'll do then. Good idea. I like your thinking. So we'll head back into the temple.
You okay?
And then I'm gonna actually start. I'm gonna start with Moon first. I'm gonna go to the Moon
Okay.
and say, just a quick once over. I'd like to see the offerings that are being presented by each of the planets. Moon, can you please give me a brief description and just an explanation on yours?
She grins. Of course! And she reaches like behind the thing and pulls out like in her hand she's grasping like a bunch of dead like birds hanging by their feet. They're about the half the size of her, so these things are they're fairly big, you know, kind of like pheasants. Yes.
Okay.
These creatures were recently killed in honor of the wedding tomorrow, but we had to make sure that their blood has been drained completely. The blood is being kept in jars, ready for the offering tomorrow.
Very well then. Thank you, young acolyte. Jupiter, if you would please step forward. May I ask and see the offering and just get a brief description and explanation on this?
The Jupiter acolyte will reach behind the altar, bringing out a small woven basket filled with a variety of different it's got dried wheats and barley and different crops. It says these crops were imported from the mainland. They have not touched the lips of any, and have been blessed and purified with the waters of Neptune.
And just so I understand as well, these wheats and barleys that you have acquired, are these coming from the lands of the young prince as well, or is it just solely from our lands?
Only from the lands of our people, priestess.
Understood then. Thank you, young acolyte. Mars, if you would please step forward and show me your offering that will be going to the young couple.
The gangly, thin male acolyte will look down on you and then goes, "Yes, priestess," and will go to the statue by the door and pulls out a drawer underneath it and just goes, "If you would observe the blade and shield of Mars, polished and direct from the blacksmiths of our city."
Question for the GM.
Yes.
Is there any way I can detect magic without visibly showing, like, any, like...
No, I believe it has a verbal and semantic component.
Okay.
I'm going to double check. Detect magic has, verbal and semantic, which means it requires movement and spoken incantations.
Okay. Has this been purified yet, Mars Acolyte?
Of course, priestess. The blessings of Mars have been placed upon this every morning as the sun rises, as instructed.
May I?
He steps back and bows.
What? He did step back?
Yeah, he says he steps back and bows.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Detect Magic on it.
Okay. There is no magical aura coming from the offerings in the drawer.
Okay. Very well then. Thank you, Mars Acolyte. Next, Pluto, will you please step forward?
The acolyte Pluto will step from her altar.
And what offering do you bring to the young couple?
This is the one I actually struggled with, trying to come up with what would be a good offering for Pluto and Rebirth.
Okay.
I think for this one will be a timepiece. an hourglass, which she will hold forth, crafted by us, the city's finest glassmith, filled with the sands of broken down crystal. We shall hold it very carefully with one hand underneath and one hand to the side to hold it up so you may look upon the offering.
And you said it has broken down. It's like broken down with crystal.
Yes. So the sands inside, tinted blue, the same crystal that's used throughout the city's construction.
Can I detect magic on that one as well, just real fast?
Yep.
Any sense of a magical aura on that one?
Nope.
Okay. Very well then. Thank you.
She will return
Mercury?
it to its safe spot. Mercury. Okay, Mercury's offering will be a mirror. Unsurprising.
Vanasha is going to take a moment to whisper into Alikara's ear. You better detect magic on each and every one of these suckers, or you're going to offend so many acolytes.
On it. On it. Oh, I figured... am I going to have to detect magic on dead birds? Is that what you're asking me to do?
Yeah, the moon acolyte's looking very offended as she looks around the room and it's like, why are you paying so much attention to all of them and not me?
I put down the mirror, I look at Mercury and say, a moment. And I gently walk up to the moon and I kind of lightly pat her head. And then I also place a hand upon the dead pheasants and I detect magic.
Yeah, they're not magical.
What? They're not magical?
They're not
okay.
magical,
And I'll
no.
go. And then I'll kind of smile warmly back to the moon acolyte saying, I imagine their souls must be soaring high now and just knowing an excitement of what's to come for them on behalf of the future king and queen.
Their blood will be a fantastic offering, priestess.
Ah, they're gonna love it. Trust me. And then I'll also kind of go...
It's the point where she just goes full carry and just dumps the bird blood on top of Tael at her wedding.
So,
Blessings of Pluto of the moon on you.
may I make one suggestion, young moon acolyte?
Yeah, no, she's not going to do that.
I know, but I'm going to say it anyway. May I just make one suggestion? The young princess, she can be a bit surprised at times. I think if you offer the vial of blood to her and the young prince, please keep it in the jar. Let them open it when they feel the time is right.
She just like said, why would I take it out? It's their blood.
I know. I have to make these proceedings, I have to make these things known. And then I'll also kind of graze my hand over the hand-woven basket and detect magic on Jupiter's as well.
Okay. That's so there's no magic that comes from the mirror. There's nothing that comes from the crops either.
Okay. All right then. Let's see here then. Venus, if you'd please be kind enough to come over and present your offering as well.
The offering from Venus is a bag of gold coins, which she'll explain and say is a tribute of the people. They've been
Tribute of the people.
collecting. Oh no, Saturn's is that one. Sorry, Venus is one that was.
Was wondering for a moment there.
No, I'd looked at the wrong one. Yeah, sorry, that's Saturn. Saturn's is the gift of the people. The money collection they've been making for Venus. It is a pile of silks, which we'll explain have been hand woven by the craftsmen of the city. It seems to be very common that everything that here has been produced by the city's own craftsman.
Okay. And then I'm going to just lightly kind of, I don't want to mess it up too much because it's precious, precious silk, but I am going to kind of put my hand upon it and detect magic on it.
Yeah, I say there's no magic.
Okay. Very well then. Thank you so much, Venus. I appreciate that. Saturn, if you would please. I have an inkling I know what would be offered.
Funny that, yeah.
If you could please present that to us as well.
So, yep, she presents the thing. So she brings it forward. It's a bag of money that's been collected from the citizens of the city.
And just so I know as well, the gold that has been provided here, this wasn't in sacrifice, or this wasn't leading to any struggle for any of the citizens of the city. Am I correct?
No, it was taken purely from the tithe, which people have willfully donated specifically for the wedding.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll also kind of hold the sack and kind of look at the gold and detect magic. I'm assuming there's nothing there. Okay. Okay. Okay, which ones have I done already? I've done Moon, Jupiter, Mars, Pluto, Mercury, Venus, Saturn. Uranus, if you'd be so kind as to step over.
Uranus's acolytes will come out, and again, this is another one that I was struggling with. Like, what do you say for the gift to represent rebellion? I still hadn't thought of one for this one. I was really struggling with what would be a good offering for this. It's going to be I think it'll be a hand-woven pennant, which will display the crest of the royal family. There'll be two of them, one for the city of Atlantia and one for the kingdom of Mu.
Okay. All right then. I'm gonna. You said it was a royal pennant.
Yes, the type that's it's just big enough to be hung on the walls of like one of the royal chambers. So a little bit too big for a commoner's house. So if someone else was going to display it, they'd have to hang it from an upstairs window.
And I trust that you have spoken to the scribes of both our royal family as well as that of the family of Mu to make sure that these are accurate and elaborate.
Yes, priestess.
Accurate and detailed.
We ensured that the threads were locally sourced from each of the relevant nations, with the royal providers providing the materials of both of the highest quality. Each was custom made within specifications provided by each of the royal ambassadors.
Ambassadors, understood. I'll detect magic on that one.
Yep, there is no magic on either of these.
Okay. All right then. So I've done that. Neptune, would you please step forward?
The Neptune acolyte will step forwards and he hands you a glass of water. You look thirsty, priestess.
Is this the offering?
Oh no. He reaches out and pulls out a ceramic gourd with so it's been corked, and around it you will see like a prayer strip sealing the top. The flask is filled with blessed holy water as you requested, priestess.
Thank you very much. I will I'll look at the water. I'll kind of like just listen to the noise of like there's something about the ripples of the waves, or I'll kind of listen and be like, the ripples of the waves of the water. It's such a soothing sound.
It is indeed, priestess.
I'll detect magic on that one.
Yeah, there's no magic.
Finally, son, if you'd be so kind as to step over.
The son acolyte is older male. Yes, priestess.
What offering do you bring to the future king and queen?
The All-Father does not present an offering, priestess.
Very well then. Just wanted to make sure that we were all in the right place. Okay.
Thank you, priestess.
Well, I thank you all for your humble gifts. In the darkest of night is when the stars shine brightest, and I trust that each of you, your hearts will be filled with happiness as we see our young future king and queen unite as one. Again, I ask that you please remain here in the temples, not to be unattended around the city, as we may have need of you. And please just look for me. Mars, you mentioned something with regards to your practitioners, yes?
Yes, priestess.
I will look into that further, and I will give you further instructions on that if you need be. Should there be any questions from any of you young acolytes, I encourage that you please reach out to me, or please look for the wedding planner as well. We'll see to it that we can humbly take any requests that are thrown our way.
They will all bow their heads humbly to the priestess.
All right. Here
Just
we go.
watching the conversation in chat at the moment. Heaven help the one that tests positive. That's it. You've got a 2 weeks quarantine period. You tested positive for magic.
And I'll look to each of the acolytes. May the sun offer you refuge in all that your life may bring. May Mercury reflect all that is good from within your heart. Venus, I ask that you walk tall and know that Venus walks with you. Moon, may your face stay hidden to the moon while you walk this earth. And Mars, may Mars give you strength and the courage to face your foes. May Jupiter's light bring you life and bounty. May the riches of Saturn pave your life with gold. May Uranus give you strength to stand for what you believe in. And she's looking at each of them as she's giving the blessings. May the waters of Neptune wash over you with her blessing, and may Pluto watch over you in this life and the next. And she'll humbly bow and then take exit of the temple.
Each of them will respond in kind with their counter.
And then she'll turn and walk out. Oh, she'll take them all in kind. She'll take the blessings, and then she'll leave to make sure that she's not offended anyone.
Well done.
And then I'll have Vanasha walk behind me, and I'll go, holy fucking shit, that's tiring.
Vanasha's just chuckling very softly and going, thank God it's not me.
So the sun doesn't give any offerings. Okay. There is no offering, so I imagine that he's either first or last. Probably first. That's my guess. And then we just have to do it in, I think, the order of the planets. But Mars mentioning the practitioners. Why is there practitioners with Mars?
He's just concerned during the mock run of the wedding that there won't be anybody there to help people coming to pray.
Wait, say that again? I'm sorry, I'm slightly confused.
Yes, you bang
on. He's just worried that there's nobody to help the practitioners during the dry run of the wedding. The people coming to pray.
Oh,
Yeah, you did ask all the acolytes to be at the rehearsal, which means there would be no one at the temple.
Gotcha. If the offerings are present in the building, I would rather actually have the temple closed during that time, just so that all acolytes are present. They should all be able to bear witness to this. They all deserve to bear witness to this, because it doesn't happen quite often.
Well, today for the dry run of the wedding, why don't you just have them do everything per normal and then just, have them walk in a line or a pair of or a trio of lines behind you with the offerings tomorrow?
So basically, just for the dry run, just have them come in a line for today.
For the dry run, just let them stay in the temple. They don't.
Okay.
They're essentially offering bearers. They're just carrying the offering.
Okay, so then just for the rehearsal, then they won't be present for the rehearsal, but then come time for the ceremony, just tell them to have their offerings and blessings ready then. Okay.
Yep.
Is Coffin nearby anywhere?
Yeah.
Coffin, could I ask a small favor from you? I had made a discussion with Mars with regards to the rehearsal and the dry run. I'm talking with Vanasha about it. What we're gonna do is we're not gonna have the planets present for the rehearsal. We'll only have them ready at the actual ceremony. If you could let them know that we had discussed and deliberated, and we decided that for the rehearsal proceedings, just to make sure that the temple is still open to those and the patrons that want to come in, we're gonna have them stay there, but come the day of the ceremony, that it's my request that I'd like them to all be in the order of the planets, and I'll give him the list of the order of the planets, which is basically just Sun, Mercury, Venus, Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and then tell them they'll all come out in a straight line then. But if you could let them know that that's what the plan is and that's what the executive decision of the High Priestess is. And if you could tell them in like an hour or so. Like, don't tell them right away, because I just figured this out. This shit has nothing to do with snow, so it's throwing me off. Right. Pretty much. Can I ask you to do that, though, in like an hour or so? Just let them know that's what the plan's going to be, and then to be prepared tomorrow morning, and I'll come look for them then.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
One more thing. Keep your eye on the Mars Acolyte. There's something very strange about him. Very off.
Vanasha will laugh and just go, okay, he's creepy, but you're not very trusting, are you?
Never have been. I'm just saying, be mindful of him. There's something that's just, about him.
He's creepy.
Maybe you get the same...
He's creepy.
You get the you may get the same vibe that I do. Just keep your eyes peeled on him. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
All right.
But by the way.
Yeah.
Because of this whole awkward situation, I need to admit to something.
Okay.
So, and Coffin would actively quiet down at this point.
I'll look around to make sure if there's any nearby pedestrians or nearby onlookers that could be within hearing distance before I look back at Coffin.
So, you know how when we were in that room, the mother got up and attacked?
Yeah.
You know the ring that Vanasha was looking at?
Yeah. Did Vanasha take the ring off her hand?
No, I did.
Oh.
And then I back, thinking that for some reason that would, stop whatever was going on.
Dun, dun, dun.
It did not.
I see.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd be stuck in this situation, and unfortunately, old habits of, being slightly, thieving, they die hard.
Vanasha will turn around and look at Coffin, because she was trying to, give them their privacy, but make sure nobody else walked up on them. And she actively screams, "You little twerp!"
Vanasha, remember where we are.
There'll be a lot of weird looks from people that weren't initially nearby and in hearing range. Like, what?
Wonderful performance, Vanasha! Wonderful performance! Yes! Yes, I love the way you act. You always make me chuckle. Oh, Vanasha, I needed that laugh. And I pull her close to me. I go, Can you keep it down?
She'll purse her lips together and go, I can project louder.
I'd rather you not. Everyone be sure to come back for this performance again at the second stroke of the hour. Second stroke of the hour. Thank you.
Next time you can watch me pin the dwarf to the ground.
She's such a riot! And I'm just going to start laughing hysterically. Going,
and people will shuffle off nervously. Out of embarrassment for you two.
I've been needing to laugh so hard, Vanasha. You're so funny. Keep it down.
The princess has gone nuts.
And I'll be like, Vanasha, I understand where you're coming from right now. And I understand, and please believe me when I say your feelings are warranted. But right now, we need to stay together. We cannot break each other down at this moment. So, get your just fruits when this is all said and done. But let's just take the moment in. He's repented to the high priestess. Did you just repent to the high priestess? Is that what you're doing right now? Or are you confessing your sins?
Yes. Yes, I...
It's so weird. But okay. Okay.
Really...
I get it. I know. I get it. And I want to be mad right now, but our head is literally in 3 different places. So I'm just going to say this. And she puts her hands on Coffin's shoulders and she says, thank you. You've given me a reason to trust you. And I really and truly appreciate it. Thank you for being upfront with us. I don't know what Vanasha's going to do to you, but at least I'll heal you.
I have a distinct feeling I'll get tossed.
You know, anything's possible if you put your mind to it.
I don't
But-
want to be tossed, though.
I will do my best to make sure that Vanasha doesn't go off the deep end.
Merla, however.
But they-
No, Torin.
I know. Vanasha, can you do me a favor?
No promises.
Vanasha,
No.
Don't tell the others. I didn't say I wouldn't.
just until after the wedding.
Nope. Well, maybe.
Just until after the wedding. That's all
Maybe.
I'm going to ask. We need to keep our heads in the right place, and we all need to be on the same page. We cannot, right now, we need each other more than we need to separate from one another.
I was just going to put my knee in his spine.
You can do that after the ceremony, and then you could say that he tripped on it. I get it. But just let's wait till after the ceremony's done, until after this is all situated, so that we are not going in different directions and have different ulterior motives.
She'll turn to Coffin and just give him a really, really toothy orc grin. And then she goes, I hope you were born under Saturn's star for that act. 'Cause otherwise you're fucked. And she walks away.
Alright.
I'll see you in a few. Coffin. I'll try to calm her down. I kind of just look at him and I kind of give him a nod and kind of a slight smile going, I'll try to calm her down as best I can.
Right. Oh.
And
I'll chase after Vanasha and be like, Vanasha, wait!
she'll look back at Alikar and go, that was a backhanded compliment.
Which was?
Him being born under Saturn's star.
What? I don't... What?
Oh, never mind.
Low intelligence. Low intelligence.
Alakara say what?
None of
What? Yeah.
It was a backhanded compliment, though.
How?
Vanasha shakes her head and she goes, I'm not going to explain it.
Okay. And then I'm literally just gonna go there and be like, there's no fucking planets with Arl. There's just snow and water. I get Neptune. That's the only one I fucking get. All right, where is everybody else? And I'm gonna just try to catch up with everyone else. How long until the rehearsal?
You've got lunch, so you can have lunch is your last decision, because then in the afternoon will be the rehearsal.
You hungry, Vanasha? Who wants a sandwich? Who wants a sandwich?
Are you treating me like a toddler?
Who wants a sandwich?
Do you want a fist sandwich?
There's no doors here. Who wants a sandwich?
What?
You don't attack people without doors. It's fine.
She'll purposefully but lightly punch Alikar in the solar plexus.
Alikar, you just hear her go, alright, I'm done. I just needed one. I just needed one today. I feel better now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go eat. I'm about to get hangry.
Yeah, I suppose being a high priestess is exhausting work.
Fucking planets. Shit.
What do they mean?
What?
Oh, it's I was making fun of a song that was Magnets. How do they work?
I'm gonna go try to find wherever food is.
Food's generally being provided for most people of the royal entourage back at the palace.
Alright, so I guess we're gonna be making our way back to the palace. I am gonna look for Eden, though. I am gonna look for Beatrix. Just to see if I spot her, because I haven't seen her at all.
Well, she was in the throne room with you for the first part.
Yeah, and then I left. Is she still in the throne room, or?
I made my way to the temple, so I was just milling about, just watching you guys doing what you're doing.
Watching
Just
Vanasha sucker punch.
Hey, head advisor, how you doing?
Pretty well, just mulling over some things about the guard and stuff. What's up?
Not much. Just wanted to check to see if you got any information from the king with the whole protection thing. Does it sound like it's all kosher? Good. Do you have access?
I'm not sure if I have access, but I'm pretty sure I should, being the royal advisor and stuff. But I'm still concerned about that alchemic drug with the guard, keeping them awake.
You think there's some foul play or funny business going on?
Pretty sure it's too close to what's going on. I mean, it can't be a coincidence. Something was up.
Should we try to look for Marilla to see if we can get more info?
That would be the best bet, since she is the knight captain now. We don't want any funny business now.
Agreed. Do you think she's still at the towers, or do you think she's back at the palace? Should we get her a sandwich? Bring the Olga sandwich.
Sure, why not? I mean, food is always a great way to get information.
Yeah, way to an orc.
Well, I was gonna say, I don't think it's gonna be hard to I think she'll take the sandwich. We should get her too. I think she likes sandwiches. All the sandwiches. And then I guess we just start making our way there.
Sure.
So, I found all the offerings that are being given by the acolytes. There's a real creepy motherfucker in Mars. He's offering
It was a sword and shield.
a sword and shield of Mars. I did the detect magic on it. There's nothing that's showing any magical presence on it. There's just something
Creepy.
about him. Yeah. Oh, and then she notices Vanasha's there, and she goes and she like holds her solar plexus again, like, oh.
I won't do it again unless you give me a reason to.
You want a sandwich? I'm making one for Marilla. Or actually, I'm making two for Marilla. Do you want one?
She cocks her fist back like halfway and then goes, "Yes, please," and lowers her fist.
Very well. Yeah, there's something definitely off about him, but I couldn't detect any magic on the sword and shield of Mars. I'm trying to remember, did any of the dreams that we discussed, Vanasha, you might know this too, was there any dreams that mentioned anything about a sword and shield? I can't remember.
She takes her backpack down off of her shoulder and drags out the book and starts ruffling through it and goes, No, nobody mentioned anything about a sword and shield.
I mean, the dreams that I can remember having, the images of blood, flashes of metal, and just thuds of bodies were falling on the floor, but I don't vividly remember anything about a sword and shield.
No, the description that sticks out to me is the burning and a tree and a hand crushing a skull. Those are the things that stick out to me. And of course, Tyel.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
but Alikara, you are one paranoid priestess.
I'm married to Simodian, another DM. I question everything. Out of character. I would have looked up if I had to. But that's all we really got from there. But at least I know how the ceremony's going to work now. Thanks to Vanasha, I finally got all the blessings. There's a lot of blessings. Giving 10 blessings to 10 acolytes. Woo! I'm thirsty.
Should have taken that glass of water Neptune offered.
Should have. I wonder if that would have done anything.
Yeah, kill you.
Wait, what?
Vanasha rolls her eyes and just stays quiet.
I really should have taken the glass of water. Anyway.
It's like, damn it, we nearly killed the priestess.
And be like, Neptune, I'm on your side! Alright, so we're making our way back to the palace, and I'm going to get ready to start asking for a sandwich order. It's going to be like Burger King, where it's like, you can have it your way, and I'm going to have like a full list. I'm going to be like, I want a turkey, ham, salami sandwich. I want some provolone cheese and a little bit of mozzarella. No pickle, no onion. Mayo, olive oil. Like, it's me. I'm literally making a Jersey sub for Marilla. The best way that I possibly can.
You'll get to the palace, and food's already been prepared. The table is already laden with a great variety of different foods.
Then you just have Vanasha, who makes a pure meat sandwich with a chunk of cheese.
So it's like, instead of bread, it's meat. It's filled with meat.
Mm-hmm. It's a meat wrap with... Yep.
Oh, Alikar is eating vegetarian. She's all veggies. And just be like, this is another difference between Vanasha and Alikar. I'd be like, is it still mooing?
Unfortunately,
not enough.
Hey, real quick question. Do you think that's the goat?
No, they said they would give the goat back to him. Although she takes a bite out of it, chews it. Nah, definitely not goat.
Just checking to make sure.
Goat has a very distinctive smell. You can typically tell from the other side of the room.
Now, where is Merla at the towers, or is Merla back in the palace?
Where would she be?
Merla. She did her duty. She escorted the prisoner to the prison towers by the entrance to the city, so he may overlook his place of execution.
She's probably gone back. Just trying to figure out. Good lord, there are too many people on drugs in this city. Need respectable guards. Don't trust any of them now. God damn it.
So she can return to the palace because that she knows that the king and queen will have retired there for lunch before the ceremony, and Tael will be waking up soon for her breakfast lunch.
I have a feeling Tael just eats sweets and nothing else.
She does like her desserts, yes.
Her just desserts.
But Muller will be trying to seek out the rest of the group as well, just to make sure that they are aware of the gravity of this situation that up until now she had no clue.
Merla will be able to find them at the guest dining area. The coffin will arrive shortly after Merla, having gone to go and see the acolytes to let them know about Alikara's change of mind.
Could I roll sense motive on the Mars acolyte?
Go for it.
Or perception, whichever.
That'll be sense motive. I was going to actually ask if you wanted to do that. So, good timing. He seems a little perturbed when you tell him. But he still stays polite. You know, it's like, of course, we will stay here.
Alright. Well, shit. My character doesn't know the blessings, I think. Could I roll intelligence on that?
You've been in the room while they were making them. So
okay.
You could roll... It's... yeah, if you're going to try and see if you can remember them, because you don't as a player, you could roll intelligence. And you're trying to remember Mars's specifically?
Yeah.
Right, so that will be... Hang on, let me find it. Mars is going to be DC 15. DC 15 to remember that.
I don't.
He doesn't remember it.
So there's just the awkward situation of Coffin fumbling over stuff and apologizing, basically, and leaving.
Yeah, he starts to fumble. The Mars acolyte looks a little impatient as he looks around at other people approaching us and goes, if that is all,
that is all.
servants,
And I'm out.
may Mars give you strength and the courage to face your foes, Coffin.
Well, he knows who I am, but chances are... Wait.
You're the king's head butler. Of course he knows who you are.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Everybody's so paranoid.
Well, I'm paranoid that I'm gonna get stabbed by most of the party.
No, I told you, it's a knee in the spine.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about being
Yes,
stabbed
but
anymore.
but Merla might not go that way.
I have an axe.
Sorry, I'll
Axe in
get
the
stabbed
spine.
with an axe somehow.
Can't get stabbed with an axe. You get
Hacked,
bruised.
maybe.
You're not trying hard enough.
That's a challenge.
Depends if she
No.
finds out about his sticky-fingeredness with the rings.
Although, to be fair, he also made a point of saying it's an old habit as opposed to, you know.
You ever fallen from a floating city?
I'll show you tomorrow what
I
happens
mean-
when someone does fall. We get to throw someone off.
I mean, at the same time, can you kill a man in cold blood at that
I'm sure
point?
she could.
Look at me. Look at me, Sage.
I can't look at you. That's literally impossible.
Look
I'll
into
do it
my
again.
eyes.
You are not the first. You will not be the last.
So what did I miss?
No.
Anyways.
Threats of murder.
Back on track.
Correct.
Yeah, I went back. So, Coffin can make his way back to the palace as Merla arrives her guard duty. Everyone's around the table making sandwiches.
Yep. Not Merla. Vanasha will make a second meat sandwich, and when Merla walks in, she'll find her and hold it out to her.
Haha, I appreciate the offer, but I am vegan.
Oh,
what?
Shit. And then Alucard
Joking.
And shoves the
And
meat to her face.
And then Alucard stops dead in her tracks, really upset that she's like, it was a joke, and kind of hide her sandwich and walk back.
It's
Or
all
hide her
human.
food and walk back.
You shattered. So I was like,
I'm gutted.
Haha, I am so funny.
I'm absolutely gutted because I was like so excited to give her my vegetarian sandwich that I made for her. I'm like, oh, she's vegan. This is perfect. And then I heard that and I was like, oh.
Vanasha just gets a toothy grin again and goes, I like you.
Right.
So how was the tower? How did that go?
So, it would appear that a lot of the guards have been taking this drug. And apparently I could have stopped it earlier. Unfortunately, knowing our current situation, I'm a bit in the dark about all this.
Who's distributing the drug?
Apparently it's from a very shady alchemist who said that it was going to be okay, it would make the guard more productive, but it just kept them awake. Which is not ideal. Stop them from having the dreams, because they weren't asleep.
Do we know who that alchemist is? Shall we pay them a visit?
I didn't ask. The previous captain seemed a bit... He didn't seem to like me very much.
I bet he was vegetarian. No?
Probably not.
Well, I think Eden was onto something, or Beatrix was onto something here, where whoever was distributing and giving this to the night guards probably has something to do with all of this stuff. We can find out who that is between now and tomorrow. Maybe we'll be okay.
I would like to make sure that any of the guards who have been known to be taking this are not involved with providing security today and tomorrow at least.
Send them to bed.
It is bedtime. You are grounded.
Really, you can put people in timeout.
Oh, I can. She's now just thinking.
Dum, dum, dum.
And
Yeah.
from the sound of... Oh, God.
I was just saying, yeah, you'll be able to work on that yourself. You've got access to criminal reports within the city, any accusations, reports from witnesses, and your own written reports over at the guard barracks. So you'll be able to piece that together and change the shift rotations quite easily.
How long do my own written reports date back?
Initially the ones where you're signing off as the head guard captain, they date back near somewhere around about 14 or 15 years.
Oh, good lord.
Tenured captain.
She's only 24. Half-orcs really do grow up fast, huh?
I'm 14.
Yeah, orcs grow up very quickly.
Precocious little scamp, aren't you?
All them youngins. I'm 47.
I believe I win here on this one. I think I am.
Either you or Beatrix.
Oh, yep. I am 141 years old.
All right, Grandma.
Still a child. Still a child in elven terms.
Yeah.
They don't know that.
Are you going to have the lifespan talk with Vanasha?
I'm 140. You're 10 times my age. I'm 140. You're 10 times my age.
But I'm...
How are you not dust?
And how am I more mature than you? I'm
Like, I make this look good.
Ah, vanity.
Something dwarves know about a lot, huh?
No. That's greed.
Speaking of... No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, don't
do you
do
know
that
what he
here.
did?
No.
Because I'm pretty sure the royal family's right there. So
No, they've got... You're in the guest dining area. The king and queen
Oh
have
my
their own
God.
private
Right.
dining room.
That would be utterly hilarious, though, to see how it would go down. So, you know what this dwarf did to you, Your Majesty? He took your wedding ring off your finger and pissed off your wife, who was a corpse in a chair.
Put
and
the
attacked
ring
us.
back.
Put it back, I swear. Awful
And then he
Have you
put it
tried to
back,
take their
thinking it
rings
would
now?
stop it.
Hey.
I wonder
Oh,
what
because
the...
you know how the undead works, right, Vanasha?
I think I do. I think I rolled pretty good on those guys.
That's besides the point.
Is it? Is it really?
So, out of curiosity, Merla, being that you caught this guard who was, passing around some doobies to his buddies, do you have access to the stuff?
Do I have access to this stuff, GM?
Have you looked?
Can I look?
You can do when you return to the guard post.
I will keep an eye out for the doobies.
Eden, do you think maybe we should try to see what we can find out about that? And I mean, really what it comes down to is there's two things that we should figure out. One, who's the supplier? Who's the creepy dude in the trench coat that's giving out, doobies for days to people? And two, how potent is this stuff? And can it actually be broken down or disintegrated or something where it's not going to have those ill side effects?
You're not taking it.
I don't
You're
want
not
it.
taking it.
I don't want
No.
it. I just said,
This is an intervention. You're not taking
Say no
it.
to drugs, kiddies.
I'm not saying that I
No.
want to try it.
There.
Marilla, listen to me. I'm not saying that I want to ingest or take this stuff, but I'm wondering if we can at least find out some type of way to have it counteract from doing what it's been doing, is my question.
We will find out. And Coffin, I will be keeping an eye on you. You touch any of it, and you will be short a beard in the morning.
Oh yes, because I certainly look like the type to take drugs, right?
Yes.
Never in my life. I've never taken drugs. I don't know why people assume that, just because of my line of work. Previous work.
How previous?
Doesn't matter.
No, just curious.
Time blends together for elves anyway.
You've seen some shit. And she kind of looks at Beatrix and she kind of nods to her. We've seen some shit.
I assume this is all taking place within the dining hall, yeah?
Yes.
You guys just happen to suddenly notice Torin's been sitting there the whole time, just staring into the half-drunk mug of ale.
Hey, Torin. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
That wasn't as fun. He's just been mulling the entire morning over in his head. I'm no longer excited about this.
Well, what did you expect? Part and parcel of what being a king's all about.
I don't want to be a king.
Well, hopefully we figure out what to do about this situation before you have to become king. Because now I feel like we're on borrowed time.
We are?
Hmm?
We are on borrowed time.
I know. That's what I'm saying. But at least we have some things. We have information. There's a drug that's making the city guard do some really crazy things. And it's being dealt out by some alchemists. So I guess we need to find that person to stop that from happening. And maybe none of this will ever have been an issue.
One small problem.
What's that?
You and me have to go to a rehearsal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh. But just you and me have to go to a rehearsal.
Send Scooby and the gang off. Let's go.
Fair enough.
Oh, right. Why am I bad at names sometimes?
Whose name you trying to remember?
Pizzas.
Alikara.
Oh, yeah, it's Alikara.
It's listed on Roll20.
Yeah, but...
It's cool. Don't worry.
Anyway, I did spot out the acolytes, tell them all about the fact that they don't have to be there for the rehearsal.
Okay.
Also checked out the Mars acolyte, and
Isn't he creepy?
he's a bit unsettling, but he seems normal to me.
He's still fair.
I think you're just paranoid.
Yeah. Part and parcel of the territory. But his offering's really sweet. It's a sword and shield from Mars.
Yeah.
But Torin, act surprised when you get it tomorrow. Act surprised. Go, oh!
He just revealed his Christmas gifts, essentially.
I said, act surprised, Torin. You're getting presents tomorrow. And wait till you see what the moon gives you tomorrow. Oh, I can't wait to see your face on that one. I'm going to keep that one to myself.
You can solve this whole Mars guy problem. All I have to do is accidentally trip with sword.
Let's not just outright do that. That seems like a bad idea.
Dude, I'm too and I'm ready.
She kind of just sighs and looks at Torin. You ready for the rehearsal?
No.
It's at this point that Tael wanders in. She seems half asleep as she walks in, like stretching one arm above her head in a half yawn with what looks to be some kind of shoe pastry shoved in her mouth. She freezes when she notices that you're all in there, and like very rushedly tries to like pull the thing out of her mouth, but her cheeks are puffed up and go,
Ideal woman.
You've been sleeping in a lot lately. You okay, Tael?
She swallows hard. Looks for it into her hands and she like hides them behind her back. Oh yes, yeah, I always sleep in.
Okay. Check and make sure you're okay. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Not catching a cold or anything.
Oh no, it's just tiring working at night. She
What
like
do you
half
do?
skips like towards the table and like surreptitiously tries to deposit the half-eaten pastry on the table, or brushing her hands off on the tablecloth. Oh, that's right. I haven't shown you yet. You should come with me tonight. I mean, it'll be your duty as well, I suppose. when we're married.
I look at Torin.
I just pat her on the hand. It's a date.
Well, make sure you bring Prince Torin with us tonight.
Of course.
I'm going to show him to the dream chamber. So, and she'll hop herself onto a chair next to the half drunk / dazed Torin. So how was court?
We had a couple.
Yeah. So how was court with my father?
Illuminating. This is going to be an interesting event.
Did he do that thing where he just kind of sits there and waits for you to do all the deciding, the hard jobs for him?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. He likes doing the easy decisions. Doesn't like it when it actually involves, deciding someone's fate. It's like, here, have money. He's good at that one.
Promise me when we're ruling that you'll work with me on these ones.
I was kind of hoping we could find someone else to do all that.
Sounds like a job for Coffin.
She'll look at this. Brilliant! Oh, come on, Coffin, you could be brilliant at this. You could be like the head judge or a Coffin.
It's appreciated, but I'm
like
fine
it.
with the work that I
like it. It's official. You will be our head judger.
Adjudicator.
understood.
I start clapping.
That's our first royal decree.
Coffin
Congratulations on the promotion.
Coffin looks daggers at Alucard, just like, you shut up.
Congratulations, Coffin! You're the best man for the job because you have a great moral alignment. Your moral compass
Even
is
more
on
daggers.
point.
Even
Vanasha
more.
chokes on her sandwich.
It's like, look at us. We're already making royal decrees.
Your moral compass is so great, Coffin.
Vanasha is starting to choke.
Alikara rushes over and starts slapping Vanasha's back to make sure she gets out whatever's caught in her throat. You all right there, Vanasha? You okay? You okay? You all right?
She coughs and then inhales like she finally got past the thing and goes, I never knew you had that sense of humor.
It's just it's me. That's all I got. It's me. Hey, out of curiosity, Tael, random question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, maybe the better question is, after the rehearsal dinner, Coffin, do we have anything else scheduled, by chance?
Do they? Or do we?
Not officially. You've booked out the entire afternoon for it.
Not officially, no. Why?
Just out of curiosity, do you know where, how do I want to put this question? I wanted to try to just go see if you had any good referrals or suggestions for alchemists in the area. Is there a good go-to person that you would recommend? I don't really leave the temple all that often, so I was just curious.
I mean, I'm usually... I wouldn't necessarily say I'm around too much of the town. My work,
Oh, that question's for
mostly in the
Tael.
palace.
I'm
Oh,
sorry. I meant that for Tael. I'm sorry.
Tyle will ponder for a moment. I don't have a lot of dealings with magical, traders in this city. Usually I do everything through Beatrix.
Maybe at some point then, Beatrix, if you and me are free, maybe we'll go take a stroll.
Yeah, about that.
Was there something you specifically wanted, though? We might have it at the palace.
I mean, I could check to see. It's just, I'm always curious. You know me. Just curious. Yeah. Just wondered.
She shrugs. Well, good luck finding it. Whatever you're looking for.
Thanks. So, I think it's time soon for the rehearsal. You ready for the rehearsal, Taya?
Tal jumps up out of his seat, looking shocked for a moment. Wait, hang on. In a rehearsal, does that mean... Oh, God, you shouldn't be seeing me. Right?
On the day of the actual wedding.
It's the day of the wedding. You don't, but the rehearsal's fine.
You sure? Because is it not bad luck to not be seen before even the practice of the wedding?
Yeah, no, it's
Only the real thing, love.
Okay.
Don't
Just
worry.
be sure to get a good smooch in at the practice, okay?
Yeah.
Merla passes over the half-eaten pastry and is like, "You're gonna need your strength for today." Have this back.
Tal's like, what do you mean? I've never seen that before.
You've never seen what? I'm sorry, wait. You've never seen
This
moment.
particular pastry that definitely didn't fall from your mouth.
No, never seen it before ever.
No. Then you wouldn't mind if I ate it?
Her lip quivers. No. Feel free.
Are you sure about that?
She nods, like biting her lower lip.
She does the thing where she turns her head to the side and like passes the pastry behind her head and going yum.
You can see her Tael's shoulders drop.
Come on, just take it.
She'll roll her hands out like a child and grabs it. It's the last one from Dad's table. I was gonna come and see if you guys left any. I thought you'd already left.
Yes, this child has now been adopted.
Oh yeah. She was adopted 3 sessions.
Oh yeah.
Well then.
Am I the cool aunt?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, does that make me like the crazy old grandma?
Yes.
Mm.
Definitely. But she will still try to be dainty as she smothers the cream all over her face while trying to bite into it.
You should help her with that, Torin.
Yeah, we have on our Tael.
Hold on, let me get some music to set the mood.
Coffin's the grumpy grandfather. The one who makes racist comments at Thanksgiving.
But is not married to Grumpy Grandma. It's not
No.
married to Old Grandma. It's the other side of the family.
What would Vinasha be?
Vinasha's the other aunt that's like the free spirit that is like, oh yeah, try it. It's great. She's the one that would slip her alcohol when she's underage.
Oh, so in other words, Vinasha's offer to sample the drugs herself. Okay.
I just had a vision of Torin and Tael every time Tael speaks in Sylvan. Tish, that's French.
Alright, anywho, off to the rehearsals. As you can hear the king and queen leaving the royal grounds. There's an indication that you should possibly also be heading off yourselves.
Okay then. Let's go.
Pretty sure coffin's required for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has to oversee all the servants to make sure they all get their timings right, that all of the guests would receive the food and drink as and when required.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, this is just a rehearsal, but you are required to be there.
Yep.
Considering that Vinasha's the one who put this idea into the heads, she's kind of suckered into going as well.
Yeah. There'll be some time after the rehearsal if there's anything else people are wanting to do before the sun lowers.
On the third and final day.
Yep.
Dun dun dun.
Okay. Everyone heads to the central keep's gardens, ready for the rehearsal. No guests will have been invited for this because their job is just to sit there. So as part of the rehearsal, it's purely for those involved in the actual ceremony. They've never done this before, but this is what seemed like it should make sense. The king and queen will be stood in front of the temple. Lining the sides, there will be servants, guards by the doorways, and several people are still allowed past around the outskirts to get into the temple. But the guards are ensuring that nobody approaches where the ceremony will take place. It's like a small handful of the female guards will come to take Tael off to the side, and while Prince Torin is ushered to the front. Who would be responsible for ushering this ceremony? Who would make sense?
Showing people to their seats, Coffin.
Yeah, well, Coffin would be the person to show people where they would need to go, so that would make sense. So where does everyone need to go, Coffin?
Okay, so let me start first with out of character.
We've done this to everybody so far today. It's just your turn.
Not my turn.
Your
Well, I
turn.
put the spot anyway by being elected as essentially the judge.
Yeah, they're gonna create a judicial system using Coffin as their first judge.
That's gonna be wonderful.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, probably. Right. So, as far as I knew, so this is the wing ceremony proper.
Yep. So you've got the king and queen are stood at the very front.
Yeah.
Where you've got an aisle down the front, and there's seats on either side. Aisles down the left and right, which are lined by servants and guards already. So you've just got to decide where the members of the party go.
Right.
Tael's been taken off to the side because her procession will be led by her maids in waiting.
Torin is obviously at the front. So we'll put Merla on Tael's side. We'll put Vanacha on Torin's side, and Alikara on Tael's side.
Well, presumably Alikara would be at the front too, being the...
Well, yes, yeah,
Yes,
true.
So he's like, "Oh, you could sit there." And Torin's like, "But Alikara's overseeing part of the ceremony. She probably needs to be at the front."
Right. It's been a long few days. And Beatrix on the left. She doesn't need to be in the front, so she would actually have Alikara's spot then.
Where is Coffin gonna go and stand or sit?
He's probably going to stand off to the side with, the other servants because he needs to order them directly.
Okay.
Just in the real thing, so...
Yeah. Front or back?
Back.
Okay. So, Merla and Beatrix, you've been instructed by the head butler to go and sit down.
No. Not happening. Sorry, Coffin.
I just go down and sit.
Okay, Beatrix goes and sits down.
Mother goes to stand towards the back of the door.
Yeah, Merla goes as the head guard, stands on guard duty. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, well,
I
guard would be somewhere within quick reach of the altar, just in case.
Yeah, that's what I would have.
all right.
Would have been
Like I
somewhere near the
said,
king, queen, and princess. So standing near the gate, good idea.
I was put on the spot, and my brain just went, "Yes, this sounds good." That's why Alucard was gonna sit down too.
Yeah, that's what makes it amusing. Everyone's like, "What is he doing?" Maybe they were like, maybe he's just working out where the guests would sit, so we can see how it feels. Oh, good idea, using the people here.
Yes,
that must be what he's doing.
that was my plan the entire time. In any case.
But yeah, once everyone's in their positions, everyone will be stood around awkwardly, just kind of waiting.
Okay. So, is the king and queen starting off everything?
No, they're waiting.
For who?
The master of ceremonies to begin the event.
Who's that?
Who'd you think?
That's me, right? Isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Marriage.
Marriage!
That would be Coffin.
I'd like to think he'd just sat down and was just waiting, and then went, "Oh shit!"
Coffin's like stood around, just like, Coffin, give me a sense motive check.
Damn it.
Okay, yep, that's a good check. Coffin will have gone to the back of the room just to stand there so he can keep an eye on the servants. And not much seems to be happening, but he'll realise that more and more people's eyes seem to be looking at him. The more you wait, the more eyes seem to be staring at him. Including
Is
the
he
king
supposed to
and
be part of
queens.
this plot? Sorry, it's completely out of character. Is he supposed to be part of this plot, just as a thought? No one else?
This is part of your hypothesis.
I'll go back to my paranoid corner now.
Right, then I would actually start the ceremony. Once I realize what's going on.
How are you going to do that?
I don't know.
One of the other servants is like, just will kind of like, "Sir, I think the musicians are waiting for you to signal the fanfare."
Ah, yes, I signaled the fanfare, yeah. I hate you all.
You did no research to find out what your role was going to be in this ceremony, so I just thought I'd let you flounder.
Yeah, you'll let me be in pain and be embarrassed.
Yeah, that's what you get for not prepping. So,
Oh, yes, because everyone prepped.
yeah, most people went and asked questions and researched what they were supposed to be doing before this. So, like, Torrin didn't, but then his job is to get married, so, easy one.
I'm essentially a place.
Yeah. You just kind of go, I don't know what I'm doing here, but it's fine. So, with a quick nod from Coffin, the musicians.
2 lines at a wedding. I do, and a couple of that's it.
Yeah. So with a nod from Coffin, there's a blast of trumpets and a fanfare, and from the gates, Tael slowly starts to walk down the central aisle with her maids-in-waiting marching behind her. You get the image that they'd be potentially holding the trail behind her, but she's just wearing her usual daily princess garbs at the moment, which doesn't really have anything for them to hold or carry. She's still holding her hands in front of her as if she was clutching a bouquet of sorts. But with the music heralding her arrival, she steps down the aisle, gives a very, very embarrassed and bashful grin. She steps up next to Torin, smiles at him, and the king will smile back as the queen steps forward to commence the ceremony. She starts to run through the ritualistic rites, the announcements. She doesn't stumble. She's very, very well pronounced in the whole thing. Guiding like Torin and Tael through each of the steps as she talks through the promises that will need to be made. There's a certain point where she turns around and says that this is the point where we would make the official vows. We will not be making those until the real ceremony, as these are magically binding, and to speak their words before the ceremony would nullify the purpose of the ceremony. But trusting in these words, once the vows are completed, then your bind to our family will be completed at this point, Prince Torin. And then the queen will step back and turn to Alikara.
Alikara will step forward and she'll look down at Tael and Torin and explain. And during this portion of the wedding, this is where we would be having each of the acolytes representative of each planet to be giving their blessings upon you. During this time, each acolyte will step forward with their offering to let you know they want you to have and give the blessings of their respected planet so that they may each flourish you to a happy lifetime. And then I will kind of explain that to them, that they'll be coming in, directly behind me one by one, initially at the beginning of the ceremony, but just to be prepared for that when you see all the acolytes. And then kind of look at them, smile warmly, and then I'll kind of step back and look to the king and queen.
The queen will nod. This sounds sufficient. At this point in the ceremony, you would then ensure that with the god's blessings that the binding is complete, and I would pronounce you both husband and wife. Present each other with the rings that you have chosen, and then Prince Torin will be named as heir successor to the throne and granted title of King of Atlantia. I believe this concludes our rehearsal. I'm satisfied, says the Queen, and the King nods. Yes, I believe so. And then from this point, Prince Torin, the partying shall commence for several days. He puts his hand out and pats Torin on the shoulder. And you shall take my place as king of this city.
Everything the light touches is your kingdom.
Can I get a perception check from everybody, please?
Oh, shit.
Hey, Torin rolls 20. So we have Coffin pass, Torin pass, Alikara and Vanasha pass, Beatrix passes, Merla, who's on guard duty, does not.
Too busy guarding everyone else.
Yeah, she's so busy watching everything going around her, incredibly suspicious, keeping an eye on all of the guards, that she will be the only one that fails to notice that at the far end of the city gardens, through the gates and down the steps, just peeking above the horizon of where the steps start to head down, you will see a bare tips of a tall white flagged ship poking up through the entrance to the city. In the distance there echoes again a quieter, muffled, due to out the distance of it, was another fanfare announcing the arrival of a ship to the city.
Oh, good. Father is here.
It looks like Ash is resetting stuff, so we'll give it a second, but yeah. Fanfare announces the arrival of King Tadaria's flagship.
Not
Yeah.
Ash. Jaina was resetting stuff.
Oh, sorry, didn't see that. My vision's gone south, so I saw Merla. I guess that was for the perception check above. Welcome back, Jay.
It's like I could hear you, but you guys didn't seem to register anything I was saying.
No, didn't hear a
No.
word from you. It did
Nope,
the
I didn't
thing
hear
again.
anything.
What were you saying, Jay? Just so we can...
It's long past. It's fine.
Okay. Sorry. I saw... That's my vision for you. Yeah.
Okay, so flagship coming in.
Yep. The king looks across to his wife. Maybe we should repeat the rehearsal now that the other guests have arrived. What do you think as they turn to? I'll turn to Alikara as soon as she's there, and the Queen will look at Beatrix. Do you think we need to? Would it be offensive diplomatically if we did not repeat the vows again?
Just to maybe make sure we're clear of their customs and traditions, as it's something that's somewhat foreign to us. Maybe we can ask them, and if they feel that it is sufficient enough that they're fine. If not, we'll repeat the ceremony at their request.
Seems wise, I suppose.
The Queen, well, this seems reasonable. We already have much duties. It appears they have arrived early.
They may even be tired from their long trip.
Yes, we should.
Maybe they would prefer that we fill them in on everything.
Yeah, we should go greet them and escort them to the palace first, ensure that they are well settled in.
I'll follow you then, my lady.
Yeah, very well. King will offer out his arm. Mela, you will escort us to the harbour, please. Ensure that the way is clear. I know that our citizens will be eagerly awaiting on the steps, but we must ensure that King Tadea's presence is not disturbed by the citizens.
Clear the rabble.
Yes.
Time to be big, scary orc.
clear the peasants from our footpath. They're quite benevolent leaders, these two. Firm but fair in their eyes. But yeah, they will begin their walk through the gardens and down the steps as you will see an entourage of people departing from a rather large galleon which seems to be floating in the skyways next to one of the harbour piers. As you approach, you will look down and see in the ocean below you a fleet of ships, each of them bearing the flag of Atlantia. The king will smile. It seems our royal escort has at least done its job today. The winds must have been fair to bring them back so soon. As he steps out into the harbour area, you'll see a finely dressed elderly human gentleman leading the procession of different nobly dressed attendants, other servants brought from on board the ship, which is bearing a very different flag to that of the city. Each of the kings present greetings to each other. As King Tadeya steps forwards and grabs King Atlas's hands. Thank you for the escort, sire. It was gracious of you to provide such a open sign of your welcome to your fair city. King Tadeya looks around, smiles and nods. As he sees Tael, she steps back a little. He goes, this must be the beautiful Princess Tael. I'm very glad to meet you, Princess. As soon we'll be welcoming you into my family. I bear gifts, sire. As he ushers a few people to bring forward chests.
Shoe pastry.
Shoe pastry.
Shoe pastry.
It's like Tael's eyes are open wide. You know me so well. A mere token of my kingdom's wealth in appreciation of our two kingdoms joining in alliance. The king, they will talk briefly before they gesture and allow King Tadeya into the city. And with the royal procession, you are all escorted to the royal palace, where the king and queen will take King Tadeya to their drawing room so they may talk and discuss. This is done behind closed doors, as each of their advisors are dismissed temporarily. The King Tadeya's forces are shown to guest rooms within the palace, and the rest of you, apart from Merla, who must remain on guard duty, and Coffin, who will be required to wait upon the kings and queen personally, only but the head butler may serve those of royal blood.
Who else but me could take on this job, yeah.
Exactly. But the rest of you are dismissed and freed for the evening.
Okay. So Tael is with us in Torin, right?
Yes. Tael is free. She is not required to meet with the king. She did her royal duty by being there when he was greeted. She did her bow and curtsy and said nothing.
Okay. it's still a little too soon, but I know you guys have a date night. Let you guys enjoy your last night as singletons before, tomorrow you become each other's ball and chain. So,
Or arrow to the knee.
our arrow to the knee. That's true. It's true. What do you guys want to do?
Oh, my love, would you be willing to show us this dream chamber now?
Telgus, it's a little bit too early. We usually wait for the sun to go down, and I can show you how it works.
I was kind of hoping to sneak the whole party in with that one.
Yeah, no, she's not gonna do that one.
Well, I think I'm going to get some last minute presents together for wedding gifts to give the bride and groom for tomorrow. If Vanasha or Beatrix wants to join me, I'm going to head over to the trade district.
So no looking at
No,
each
she-
other.
He's gonna hold both of the hands.
Yeah, she'll stand in the middle.
Chayal's wearing a chastity belt. It's an Everlast.
No.
As the IRA man from The Quiet Man. We're on opposite sides of the carriage.
Find the locksmith. Call the locksmith.
Call the locksmith.
I should too long since I see that.
That's one of my favorites. So,
Right.
Great
Anywho,
one.
But Tael will actually say that she would quite like to see the city before night falls, especially if, once they're married, she will have to spend a lot more time on her royal duties.
I'm not opposed to that if you want to come along. We can make it a fun little bachelorette party. Vanasha, do you know anything about these?
Do I?
There'll be blackjack.
Are
and
you thinking what I'm
hookers.
thinking?
Are we involving strippers or no?
No. Merla's here. No.
Strippers?
What?
Doesn't sound like she objects.
I'm turning a blind eye if I see a stripper. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
All right, I know what I'm shopping for.
You might have to get the what's that called? There's a book of erotic equipment.
The Kama Sutra?
Oh, there's a specific one for Pathfinder.
Oh my god.
no, there's the D&D Book of Erotic Fantasy.
There is that.
Don't ask why I know that.
No, but there's a Pathfinder one as well.
Oh my god. Are you serious?
Yes.
Why? Why does this exist?
I think we spoke about this before. Rule 34, wasn't it?
Because
No.
Dungeon 5 be thirsty business.
Yep.
Indeedly doodly. But either way, no, I'm not breaking that out. That book's not going to exist in my setting.
No, I was just gonna shop for strippers anyways.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just be mindful that she still has a duty to do in the evening in the dream chamber. Don't get too crazy. She's not drinking.
No, just a little tease. It's fine.
So then,
It's time
If
for a
it's
night out
possible.
on the tower.
Vanasha, if you would be... What's that?
Get Torn Rhinestone encrusted G-string for the wedding night.
Alright. Well, I'm okay with this. I just want to try to go see if I can hear any murmurs about some alchemists or see if I can get any lowdown information on this drug while you take them out and do what you do best.
Barred it up.
There you go. Beatrix, do you want to tag team with me? See if we can get any information on this drug at least?
Yeah, I'm gonna find out if I can get a hold of it myself to maybe see what's the components comprised of?
Sounds like a plan.
Vanessa will raise her hand as she puts an arm around Tail's shoulder. If you need a tester, just look this way.
I'll just shake my head like, oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Vanessa gives Tail a really toothy grin. Don't worry about it. We're gonna have a fun time tonight.
She's gonna take real good care of you, Tael. I promise. Right, Vanasha?
Oh, she's like a baby sister. I wouldn't let anything happen to her.
Okay, then. Make sure.
5 minutes later.
Yeah, Tail just gives Torin a very worried look, and then grabs his arm.
We'll be fine.
I mean, we can drag him along too. It dampers it a little bit, but
She'll nod.
he could be the stripper.
She'll nod again.
Wait,
I do not
what?
want to see the halfling's thighs.
Have you
Have
ever seen a gnome dance in Warcraft?
Oh my god!
Oh no!
No.
I have not.
No.
I don't want to imagine it.
Oh,
Well, I'm gonna find it for you.
I'm not gonna look
I
at
can't unsee that. I can't unsee that.
You know how we joke about family jewels?
I can't unsee that.
Well, if I'm going down, I'm taking everybody with me.
it.
Well, there we
See,
go.
I'm curious and also terrified of what I'm about to see.
All right.
Someone do God's work.
Yeah.
Let's see how this goes. Right, which group do we want to deal with first? Let's go with the info gathering group because they'll have to act sooner with the fact that shops will close in the next couple of hours.
I do have a question, though.
Fire away, Sage.
Could I roll a sense motive since I am serving the kings to see if I can glean anything useful?
Yeah, why not? Because you will be in the room while the kings are discussing. The only one that's really trusted to be in the king's presence. King Tadeo will also have one of his servants with him.
No, that's probably not enough, yeah.
The talk seems very much like forced diplomacy at this point from both sides, both trying to be very polite to each other. There's an unease a little bit between the two kings, but you can chalk that up to the fact that they're both kings of countries that have been at war for decades.
Yeah, so it's not unusual, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not unusual to be loved by anyone.
Dun, da, 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 da,
So this is what Vanasha's singing as she's like walking the prince and princess through the streets.
Sure.
Why not? Right, Alikara and Beatrix first then. So you were heading off to the shopping and trades district, you said.
Yeah. See if we can hear any murmurs about some shifty alchemist or somebody kind of selling something that's hot off the presses or something along those lines, just to give us a lead as to where to look and what the stuff is.
Do either of you have knowledge local?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, so you're not entirely sure who to ask, so this will increase the difficulty a little bit. I'm talking to people. Can you give me a diplomacy check then? Oof, nicely done from Beatrix. As you start heading through the initially through the marketplaces, initially while people are talking to Alikara, they'll recognise her position as priestess and be very open and trying their best to stay polite and reverent to her based on her position, but none of them really seem to know what you're talking about. A couple of them might recommend when you say you're looking for like potions or anything, they'll recommend you to like a local apothecary who will be very eager to try and help you and sell you everything under the sun. but through questioning, looking through his wares, there doesn't seem to be any mention of things to do with potions other than just the standard type that you would expect. So, your potions of cure light wounds, potions of haste. You find out that the apothecary here is the equivalent of a cleric, in that he used to be a priest up at the temple, but turned his services more towards he was an acolyte of Saturn, but turned his talents towards making money. I'm just gonna uninstall Discord. Give me a second. I'm not looking. I've got too much other windows open at the moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay.
That...
But the first part of your investigation doesn't seem to help too much. But as the sun starts to go down and more of the what they call the nightlife here kicks in, because as I say, everybody tends to shut down and go to bed quite early into the evening here. Beatrix will be talking to a couple of the merchants who are packing up stalls, and will, in part of the conversation, it will just come up the fact that the man who's packing the store up will just be yawning, and he will mention something that really catches Beatrix's ear, in that he's like, "Oh, I wish I had some of that red mist to keep me going. These nights are getting harder and harder. Magister." Oh, sorry, I meant just in theory, of course.
No, none taken. This red mist, do you know by chance where one might get it? For science and study, of course.
I've never actually purchased any myself, Magister. I just heard rumours. The idea of being able to keep working all night seems like it would be beneficial. But no, it's definitely not something we could buy on the street. I've heard the guards talking about, some of the more slums area dealers over there, but I don't want to visit that area of the city. I've got no reason to. You could always ask some of the tavern owners, that they tend to deal with people who perhaps are a bit more shady in the city. Not that I have anything to do with it, but oh dear, I'm going to go to jail, aren't I?
No, this is just purely theoretical and just between you and me. It won't go anywhere else besides that.
If you're sure. I mean, like I said, I've never done this myself, but there's rumours that on the Black Barrel Tavern, there's a dwarf that operates out the back there. He's said to be a bit of an alchemist.
Really? And you said Black Barrel Tavern, correct?
Yes, Magister.
Good. Like I said, you don't have to worry about any of this leaking. It's just between you and I. So, rest easy, my good man.
Yeah, of course, Magister. If your studies find anything that would be a more legal alternative to sleep, though, I'm sure many of the merchants here would be very grateful to be involved in the distribution.
Once I figure out something legal and safe, you'll all be the first to know. Thank you.
Very much appreciated, Magister. My business is your business.
I turn and I search for Alikara and proceed to exchange the information and say, you got all that right?
Yep. So, definitely in the slums it's being sold. Did he say it was a dwarven seller? Is that what he said?
Mm-hmm. Dwarven alchemists.
A dwarven alchemist. Well, why don't we make our way to, let's see if we can find any of those taverns closest to the slums and see if we can talk to some tavern keepers who may have an inn.
Well, the merchant did say there was one tavern called the Black Barrel, I believe. Maybe we should try that.
The Black Burrow? Sounds good to me. Let's go.
Meanwhile, at the Black Barrel Tavern, Vanasha's just finished her dance on the table.
Maybe not quite. Well, no, she would do that.
Oh, we're at the same tavern that they're at right now?
I just like that level of coincidence.
All right.
Why not? It'll be funny.
As we walk in, we just see Vanash on the table and go, "Who? Are you seeing what I'm seeing right, Beatrix?"
One moment, let me pull out some money. I need to toss a coin.
I mean, she is a bard trained in dancing, so this is what she does.
Do you want to give me a performance check? Let's see how good that dance
She
was.
stripper.
It's one of
be
her
drunk.
worst dances. Yeah, she's very drunk. Half stumbles off the table.
It's all to the tune of "Careless Whisper" by George Michael. We're just like, wrong song. That's wrong choice.
Tyle half catches her as she falls off the seat into the like one of the corner booth that they've managed to acquire for themselves. When Tyle notices Alikara and Beatrix go through the door, she waves. It's like, hi.
Oh. And I kind of just weakly wave and just go, hi.
Vanasha drunkenly notices this interaction, just kind of throws her arms up in welcoming words. Hey! Alikara, Beatrix, come on over.
Tyle like goes, do you think we should give Torin his belt back now?
I'm sorry, what? Where is his belt?
Tyle will hold it up.
What is holding up his trousers?
What do you think is holding up his trousers?
Burst up from below the table.
Nothing!
Slide down.
Out of curiosity, are the people of Atlantia well aware that I do have magic properties and magic abilities?
Yes.
I'm going to cast Create Water, and I'm going to splash it on the two of them.
Which two?
Point of order. Are they aware that the princess and soon-to-be prince
I'm drunk and...
Point taken. I'm doing it on just Vanasha then at this point. I'm going to cast Create Water and splash it over Vanasha. Because I can.
Tayal will actually be wearing like a traveller's cloak over the top of her normal royal attire in an attempt to hide who she is. But that failed, probably about half an hour into the night out.
How am I going to explain this to your parents?
She's like... She puts her finger to her mouth. You don't have to tell them. I'll be queen tomorrow.
Tor slips the gold back to Alikara. You don't tell her nothing.
These guys have been so considerate in their entertainment of us that I had to put on a show for them.
Oh, we caught the finale. There's no encore for a reason.
just the tile stands up out of her seat, like half staggering over a the chair kicks backwards, and she like staggers to her knee, catching herself on the table for a second. It's my turn now, isn't it?
And I go and I'm like, how much did they drink, Vanasha? How much?
How many mugs are on the table?
How many of them are Merlus?
Perception check. Wait a second. I'm gonna roll perception for this. Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Oh. Not too many.
There are 8. One of them is still full. That's the one that's in front of Tail.
I'd like to think she hasn't actually drunk anything.
She
yet.
hasn't.
Thank God. Thank God. And I'm gonna go, Tael,
It's the fumes.
I need you to do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Stay close to Beatrix. Beatrix, I'm gonna go talk to the tavern keeper. I'll be right back.
Okay, she goes and hugs
Such a lightweight,
Beatrix.
just being near the beer is making her drunk.
Yes. It's the fumes.
She's too pure.
I walk up to the tavern keeper, and it is very clear that I am a fucking high priestess.
The tavern keeper is a burly woman, half orc, probably kind of old, so she's about 30. She's doing the whole tavern keeper thing, like a gigantic mug of ale in one hand and a dirty rag in the other.
Hi.
She spit into it. Don't see priestesses coming here very often.
No, there's a reason for that. I have a question for you.
She's stuck up.
I have a question for you. If you'd be so kind as to answer.
The answer's yes. You can have one on the house.
I look at it, and I look at her.
She fills
There you
the mug that she's been trying to, scrub clean with the dirty cloth with a fairly lumpy concoction that smells quite heavily of ale, but you're not sure what else is in there. She slides it across the bar to you and then leans one elbow on the thing, props it up. It's not what you're here for, is it?
No, quite the opposite, really.
Yeah.
If you don't want it, I'll take it.
No more for you.
It's really good stuff.
We ain't done nothing wrong here,
Right.
priestess. We're following all the rules.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. What do you know about a dwarven alchemist and red mist?
She'll lean back and sniff. Roll me a sense motive.
May I as well, even though I'm drunk
Yes,
to the
you-
high heaven?
Yes, you can.
Yes! You.
Critical failure after critical failure!
Oh, this is going well.
One Merla. It's literally your one job.
Nope.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah. The half-orc sniffs, rubs her nose. Don't know what you're talking about.
Can I roll a diplomacy check to see if, or an intimidation to see if I could get something out of her?
You can try.
Nice.
Ooh.
I know you know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to be quick. I'm going to be brief. And I'm going to be straight to the point. The dwarven alchemist who's selling the red mist. Where can I find him? Or her? And you could see Alikara's hands actually forming frost as if she's ready to hurl an icicle if she needed to.
Thorin is suddenly behind her, chilling his mug on her hand.
Nice. And Tyel's just like burrowing her head against Beatrix's chest. It's like, you're soft. I like you. The tavern owner, she glances around a little bit. But, no. Tells you, we've done nothing wrong. But with a... Like, she slightly squints her right eye and nods towards the back right of the room where there's a closed door.
I see. Well, it's been lovely conversing with you today. May the blessings watch over you.
Yeah, Saturn and all that, yeah.
And she takes the mug that has the ale in it, freezes the entire glass, slams it on the table, and walks towards the door.
Vanasha walks up to the mug, picks it up, and tries tipping it over for a second. It doesn't move, and then she like holds the mug in one hand and starts licking it like a popsicle.
Yes, you went for the road.
Icicle alcopop. Frozen alcopop.
Vanasha, you are a disgrace.
I'm a bard.
Yes, yes, you are.
You're a bird?
Yee!
Can you fly? And that's like...
Oh no. Wait, can I?
Oh, you really
We'll have no
can't.
more people jumping off roofs, please.
What if I just try from the table? I can test it from that height.
Yeah, that works.
Shall climb
Give me a climb check.
table.
Because you're drunk, I'm giving you make a climb check. Help!
Nope.
No, it's a really tall table, this one. This one's going to be very difficult. Just can't quite get your leg up onto the top of the table. It's an entertaining sight for everyone else trying to watch the bard fail to climb on top of a wooden table.
I pet Tail's head and sigh, say, remember, in moderation. Always in moderation.
She'll nod. I guess Vanasha really can't fly. Alikara, on the mean hand, will have gone to the. I'll go to the back room. So the wooden door that's there is closed.
Is it a metal handle?
Yep.
Is there any way I could freeze and break it open?
Good. Didn't say it was locked, just said it's closed.
Oh, so then I turn the hand. Or, you know what? No, I'm just gonna turn the handle.
Okay.
Aww.
I wasn't gonna knock. I was debating on knocking.
Oh. Bigger. Aww.
Vanasha just wanted you to boot the door down. Remember what happened
I'm
last
not
time you
gonna
did that?
He was already dead.
Yeah. Okay, yep. The door handle turns. The door is not locked.
Opens the door. Hello! To what do I owe this pleasure?
She says to an empty room.
Empty room?
It seems to be some kind of storage room. There's piles of boxes around, casks of what you can only assume is containing more of that alcoholic beverage, and another door which leads to the outside. It is stood slightly ajar.
The door slightly ajar?
Yes.
I should go hunt down. And there's nothing in the room that shows signs of possibly being red mist?
You'd have to search.
What do I do to search?
Give me a perception check.
I pray someone will be smart enough to see the open door and do the search for me. Then I'm just going and I'm following where the door leads to see if I have to chase after someone.
Okay.
Tell you
Well,
what.
you start by
Well.
having a look around, and you'll see that the room is just filled with so many different boxes. It's quite overwhelming, but there's nothing immediately lying around and in the open. So you turn your attention to the door and you look out. Give me another perception check.
Oh my god!
Wow. Dice, thank you.
Fucking running!
Just running ones. Yeah, you will look out into what looks like to be a back alley, but you will not see signs of anybody out there.
Shit. Where does the back alley lead to?
Out onto either the front main street or a back street which runs along the back of most of the buildings. In this section, there's like 3 rows of houses. So this alley leads between 2 of the central streets.
Okay. Fuck. I don't even have good knowledge local to know even which direction to go to. Son of a bitch!
Did someone else say they were going to go in and have a look around the room?
Yeah, me.
Yeah, I thought I'd go for it, Merla. Percepzione. Yeah,
Wow.
Merla's convinced she's dead, so it's okay.
The drunk bard is going to follow after the person she's typically been following after and licking her beer pop.
Okay. Anybody that wishes to could go in. I love it. I love it. The drunkard comes in with the straight natural 20. Nice. Okay,
so look after Tayal though.
Don't worry, Sage. We will come back to you after this scene, just to find out what's been going on at the palace. Right. So the rest of them all go in and start having a look around. Vanasha, in her random drunkenness, decides if she couldn't climb the table, she can climb on top of the boxes. So starts clambering on top of them like some kind of stepping stones, and feels very good about herself because from here she could definitely find out if she could fly. Until she crashes through one of the boxes on the top throw and lands with a slight bump on her backside. As she rubs herself, tries to groaning from the collapse, you find herself surrounded by the contents of the box, which, while most of it seems to be empty glass bottles, you will find a couple slotted inside of this will be thin glass vials containing some kind of red liquid substance.
If we drink it, is it going to give us superpowers?
Don't put anything past the drunk bard. She picks up one of these vials and just kind of looks at it in her other hand. And she gives it a little shake back and forth first. And, assuming it acts like a normal liquid and it sloshes back and forth.
Yes, it does.
She'll pop the cork on it and sniff it.
Okay, give me a fortitude save, please. There's a reason this is called Red Mist. As anyone that is watching and in the room while the drunken part is doing this.
I'm actually just starting to walk back from that back door.
Yeah, and we'll see Vanasha lying in this broken crate, unpopping the cork on the top of this small glass vial, as the red liquid immediately evaporates in contact with the air, and Vanasha's head is surrounded by a red cloud of fog. Which
I literally just go, Vanasha, no!
On the positive side of this, you are instantly sobered up.
She continues looking at the beer pop anyways. But all of a sudden, her speech is a lot clearer and not slurred, and goes, I think I found something interesting.
Vanasha, what did you do?
I popped the cork. And I apparently fell through a crate.
And you just see Alikar just go, oh.
What did we say about taking drugs?
It was
Just say
liquid
no.
when it was in here. I thought it was going to be booze.
Immediately, Alikar puts her hands over her mouth and nose to try and not inhale any of this, because she doesn't know what the fuck it is.
It
I don't
dissipates
think Merla's that smart.
very quickly.
Okay. Looking around then, she's gonna look. Is there any other vials remaining of the red mist?
There is one more.
She's gonna snatch it. And stick it in her pouch and say, Vanasha. And she kind of just points to the door leading out of the tavern.
Yeah, and that's what you missed, Sage. That happened.
She still has the frozen drink in hand, and she's still kind of licking at it. On the way out by the barkeep, I'll return this mug to you later, or I'll pay for it, whichever.
The orc, the barmaid will just kind of snort at you. I hope so. Let's charge it to the palace otherwise.
Yeah, do that anyway. Sounds good.
I finally meet up with Beatrix. I have Vanasha in one arm. And I go, do you want the good news? Or do you want the bad news?
Oh, let's have the bad news first.
Yeah, it's bad news.
Could not catch the Dwarven Alchemist. Can't find them. They went out through a back door. I have no idea which way they went. Oh, by the way, there's some more bad news. Vanasha inhaled it.
Hey, good news. I'm sober.
I look at Vanasha and I go, good news is we still have a vial left. Let's get out of here. Let's take Tyel and Prince Drunky Boy over here.
Can I have that one?
No. I literally walk up to Tor and I smack his hand. I go, no, this is not sex on the beach. Let's go.
Tyle will lean forwards just enough to look Tyrion in the eyes and goes, in moderation.
And I kind of look at Tyel. I go, where did you learn that from?
She grins and points at Beatrix.
I really should have brought you here with them first. I feel bad now. I'm sorry. You're just such a good help.
Shrug and continue to pat Tail's head.
Yeah, she grins. She's like, I did good. I'm learning.
I kind of look at Tyel and I kind of try to gauge to see just how drunk she is, because I still know she has to do the dream chamber later on in the evening.
She'll be fine when she leaves this place.
Then let's go back to the palace, shall we? Or to the guest rooms.
But I didn't find a stripper.
We don't need a stripper.
Tyle will just point at Torrin. Okay.
Now doing a gnome dance.
Save that until tomorrow.
I'm going to try to hold on to Vanasha as I try to get her out of the... Oh, no, Vanasha's
That's
fine.
just
Fuck it.
now, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to pick up Torin then and just pick him up like a kid and be like, come on, it's time to go.
I can carry him if you want.
And I look at Vanasha and I just like, I'm still mad that she got them all so drunk, and I go, I'm fine.
Vanasha.
I'm fine. Torin, let's go.
Okay, so you guys head out of the tavern into the streets. It is fairly dark overhead now, and most places are starting to close up. A lot of the patrons at the Black Barrel will also have finished up and then have left, wandering home ready for the usual nightly ritual of going to bed early.
As I'm holding on to Torin, kind of like a kid, I'm like making water that I could try to like feed him, so I could try to flush the alcohol out of his system. As I'm doing this, I'm talking to Vanasha, going, Vanasha, you had one job. I wanted you to take them someplace. I didn't want you to get them so smash drunk, and then this is what ended up happening. You told me that you were gonna.
Bachelorette and bachelor party all combined into one.
You told me you were gonna look after Tyel. Were you looking after Tyel? No,
Yes.
you were dancing on top of the table.
I was still looking after.
And Tyel got drunk over the fumes. Tyel got drunk over the fumes.
I'll
What happened
consider
there?
this a good bachelorette party.
Oh my. You know, I just when I start to give you an inch, you take it and you go a mile with it. Why is that, Vanasha? And I'm there still trying to feed Tor water while Beatrix is holding on to Tyel and Merle is behind us. And I'm like, ugh.
Oh, get the icicle out of your butt and have some fun.
She makes an icicle, but she's gonna stab Vanasha with it, and then she sticks it in Tor's mouth and starts making him suck on it just so he can get more water in his system.
Hey, now he has an icicle too. And she's still going at that mug.
Now they're going to see charges that are going to go back to the inn, and they're going to know that they were at the inn, and then they're going to be asking questions why.
I mean, honest answer, easy answer, drinking.
People here don't know you're a bard. People think you're a royal documentarian. Or did you forget? According to Tyel, you're a bird.
She's a bird.
And I just kind of give Vanasha a look.
What?
How strong do I need to be to carry them all back?
You are not strong enough to carry all of them.
How many can I carry?
2, possibly.
Excellent. And Torin under one arm and Tail under the other.
Wait, who did you take?
The prince and princess.
These are the only ones I have obligations towards tonight.
Anywho, I'm going to go back to the palace so we can let Coffin have his moment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just as fine not.
Oh, you might. No, this is good because you're gathering some info and stuff. So
That's true.
These events are taking place over a couple of hours. So sunset was happening around about 6 o'clock. So around about 8:30, the business is closed, ready for like 9 o'clock when people start to head home. But over these the first 2 hours before King Tadaya heads to bed himself, you will be privy to the pleasantries of 2 rivals trying to be diplomatic with each other. A lot of the talk is quite inane. As you know, they ask how the journey was for Tadea coming across the ocean, and the Queen tries to find out what Tadea's impressions were of their city for first time visiting. So there's a lot of small talk goes on. Give me 2 rolls here. One of them will be a sense motive. Okay, and I'm trying to think what would be another good one. This one might just be a raw intelligence roll. Nice. Okay, kind of glad that one of those worked reasonably in your favour.
Yeah.
The sense motive side, just trying to work out the subtleties, you just get this distinct, uncomfortable air in the room. It's still that same feeling of, these 2 have been at war for so long, they don't know how to be diplomatic. So even though their words are very neutral, they're both sides are incredibly guarded with every single thing that they say. It's awkward. even for you. Like you know from your back in the day, like how you would have to protect yourself in the way that you worded things to make sure that you didn't reveal too much.
Right.
It's very much how they're talking to each other at this point. But one of the things that will stick out to you in the conversations is that King Tadea does bring up mention of the Dreamstone as part of the conversation before it's mentioned, which leads to discussion about how, you know, you'll be asked to go retire to bed shortly. But Tadea was the one that brought it up. He seems to be very, very interested in the routines and the workings of it, of which King Atlas will give similar information that you've heard most people talking about. How it's like a nightly routine where everybody goes to sleep, and these like, he's not surprised that King Tadea has heard of this artifact, but I said it's only those of the. It's one of the crowning glories to this city that everybody within the walls of the city achieves a perfect night's sleep, which brings happiness and a much more productive workforce within the city walls. He attributes it all down to that and the magic materials. So, you know, Tadea seems very interested in this and seems to steer a lot of the conversation in that direction. But you're not entirely sure what his motives for that are. He's just a little bit too good at his diplomacy skills.
Oh, okay. Well, that really isn't enough to glean a whole lot from.
Not massively. But there's definitely something in there. I always say, as after a couple of hours, the King Atlas will inform Tadea that it'll be soon time for preparations for the night, and asks you to escort the king to the royal guest chambers.
Right, I will. Give a bow to King Atlas. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. You bid the king good night, as he is the queen will leave them following you, taking their guests out and leading them to the chamber. Once the king walks with you, right, he'll walk slightly ahead of you, I think, with your guidance. His own servant will walk beside you, and will turn to you, and Sai goes, "So, have you worked for the king here long?"
Yes, I have.
He's an elderly human gentleman, dressed very finely, but quite similar servant type robes than the ones you'll see the people in this city wearing. As I goes, what was he going to say? I've lost my own track of thought there for a second. Yes. Do you know much of this ceremony we are to be attending tomorrow?
The wine ceremony? Yes, I have planned many aspects of it.
Is there anything that I will be required for during this ceremony?
At most, you might have to serve the side for the prince, but other than that, I think myself and the rest of the servants have most of this taken care of.
You are most dutiful servant. I shall avail myself of my lord's needs then. I have not attended a ceremony of your country before. It shall be very enlightening, I think.
We'll look forward to it then.
I do. I understand that the king himself will be leading the ceremony?
Yes,
Hence,
the king and...
not.
I almost... Yeah. That's not what was planned. Where did you hear that from?
No, I just remember overhearing some of the negotiations, something of a royal blessing. I assumed it would be the king himself.
No, really. Alright. I'm out of character.
You've forgotten, haven't you? You have forgotten, haven't you?
Yeah.
It was the queen.
I'm bad at remembering.
That's why I thought I'd give you a hint. It was the queen that led the ceremony.
Yeah, it's the queen that leads.
Oh. Really? So she has the power in this city?
Can I roll sense motive on that?
Yes, you can. This servant seems very interested in the idea that the queen is leading the ceremony, not the king. It's definitely piqued his interest. And he genuinely does seem shocked that it's not the king that's going to be doing this.
I mean, for the most part, power is shared. I would think that's fairly normal for most kingdoms.
Yes, I think we assumed that, considering it is a matriarchal society in the kingdom of Mu, we assumed the opposite here. Two kingdoms have a lot alike.
I will confess I have not seen much of Mu myself.
Perhaps when this is over, you may be granted leave to come visit our nation. While the oceans here are quite beautiful, they are little in compared to the grasslands and mountains of my home.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Granted with leave, of course.
Of course. Will you be continuing your service once to the new branch of this royal family?
Of course, the ums aren't actually there for the character. For the most part. Yeah. I don't see why my service would stop just because the royal family would change.
Very good. I think once this is over, my services will no longer then be required. I wonder if they would permit me to stay here within the city. I'm thinking out loud, sir.
Right. Sometimes that. I get that.
Either way, I bid you a good night.
Good night to you.
I shall ensure my lord has a restful night ahead. And he will give a very courteous low bow at the least.
I would give a bow back to him.
Very good. Okay.
And I would look for the rest of the party because shit is getting weird.
The rest of the party is just coming back with Merla carrying Torren and
Okay, not
Tail
even
under
gonna
her arm.
ask what happened.
So yeah, you'll get back
Huh?
to the entrance as you see the rest of the party approaching. Merla with the princess and Torren under her arms as they're coming.
So I'm
up
gonna
the path.
get closer to them outright because I'm a bit rushed. Like, walking fast, not running.
I see him walking fast in a distance, and I'm just like, huh. Does he have to pee?
Towards you guys.
That's exactly where I'm going. Does he have to pee?
I hope not.
Going the wrong way if he does.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Right, I'm not even gonna ask. So, I wasn't able to glean much from the meeting of...
Wait. Before you say that, just remember the princess is in the room. Marilla, do they have to get ready for the dream chamber?
What time is it?
It is about 8:30, so in about half an hour is the usual time when Tail would ask you to escort her back to the temple.
Do you want to take her early just to make sure she's okay? I think her, Torrin, and you are going to the dream chamber.
Yeah, we should get prepared, you two. Right, onwards. I am hearing no argument. Excellent, let's go.
Tail has sobered up quite nicely in her journey back to...
And then I'm gonna go to Coffin and be like, yeah, we have some news for you too. Let's go into one of the private rooms, all four of us.
Right, but be careful. I'm pretty sure that there's ears everywhere with our guests.
Then we go back to one of our private chambers.
Yes, exactly.
Okie dokie.
Okay, so we go back to one of our private chambers where we know that we're kind of huddled and rushed together, and we still won't talk loudly. We'll keep it to ourselves. Okay, so you go first then. What's going on?
Right, so a few things that were interesting, but I can't really draw effective conclusions from, is that King
Jadar?
There, he was way too interested in the Dreamstone. He seemed to be asking a lot of questions about it, and that's where the conversation, he tried to steer it towards it.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is that one of his servants asked me about the reception, and at the time I thought nothing of it, but he was really interested in the fact that the Queen was doing the royal blessing.
Because of the fact that she bears the crystal and she'd be passing it down to Tael, or?
As I said, I couldn't glean too much from it. Those were just things that I noticed that piqued my interest.
You didn't disclose too much information to him about the royal ceremony, did you?
Define too much.
Well, do they know that she's the one that typically leads the royal blessing, and basically she's kind of the one handling proceedings from start to finish? Kind of makes her stick out like a sore thumb, makes her a little vulnerable, but they wouldn't know anything about that, would they? They have an inkling?
They have an inkling, admittedly.
Banasha tries to get some of the melted ale out of the bottom of the mug and goes, "Oh, so Sticky Fingers has a loose tongue."
Anyway, what is your news?
Well, what we know so far was there's a tavern closest to the slums called the Black Barrel. Ask me how I found Vanasha, Torrin, and Tael. I'll tell you later.
So why did you tell me to ask you then?
Anyway, The point being, the person that's been handling this drug has a name. It's called red mist. From the looks of it, and I pull out the actual vial that holds the red mist in it, it's a substance that isn't ingested orally. It's almost like it's a dust of sorts. And she looks at Vanasha. We'll find out what the side effects end up being soon. But
So
it's being
what? Why?
it's being concocted by this dwarven alchemist. I thought maybe I could possibly catch him when we were at the tavern, but they weren't there.
Yeah, that was unlucky.
You're not an alchemist on the side, are you, Coffin?
Why would you think I would be? Again, why would I seem the type to do that?
She's just trying to get more ale out of the icicle. she's not
why is
holding a
she
grudge
licking
at all.
Or the icicle. What exactly happened in this bar?
Well, there was dancing. Not good dancing, but there was dancing. Clothes were missing. Tael gets drunk on fumes.
I mean,
That's the short end of it.
fair.
The woman who ran the tavern, she was the one that showed me the room. At first, I couldn't find anything, but it wasn't until pretended she was
Fell
a
through a
bird.
crate.
Pretended she was a bird.
Fell
and
through a crate.
Fell through the crate, and she spotted the vials. She opened one of them and just straight sniffed it. And then, thankfully, there's still one vial left that we were able to hold on to. And I show him the vial, and I give it also to Beatrix as well. There's little that I can do with this. Maybe you guys can figure out something about it. And I just hand the vial to Beatrix, be like, Magister, is there anything you can do?
I take the vial and I turn it around.
Don't uncork it, that's when it goes all misty.
She's not wrong.
It looks like liquid in there, but the moment I opened up, it went poof.
And here's the thing. Vanasha was pretty sloshed before she she inhaled it. Now she's completely sober, but still out of it. I don't know what this means for her. I think
It
we
means
actually
I still have alcohol in my brain.
which means she's sleeping on somebody's floor tonight.
I'm sleeping in my bed, screw you.
Here's my line of thought. If it's inhaled, maybe it makes people aggressive, erratic, makes them do irrational things. The half-orc took it.
That's not a fair basis for erratic, irrational, and
Aggressive
things. I do those normally.
Yeah, but I feel like you have some sense of control as to when you can do them. I don't know what sense or inhibition of control you'll have after taking that stuff. Or if you'll even be awake while it happens. Maybe you end up sleepwalking and just go on a rampage.
Do I have to sleep on somebody's floor? Am I gonna get babysat tonight?
Well, to see further effects of the drug, someone should be around to observe. Whatever happens, the red mist itself is supposed to not let you sleep. So, let's see how that goes.
Yeah.
Question for the GM.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming this is more like a stimulant drug than anything else, and I'm feeling pretty darn wired.
Yep. You are not sleeping tonight.
Vanasha will take a few more licks of her ilsicle and go, yeah, no, actually, do we need to do something tonight? Because I'm really not feeling tired at all.
Alikara just puts her head into her hands and goes, oh no. she's not sleeping at all tonight.
Well, I'm gonna turn in. I got a long day to deal with the ceremony.
Merla is with Tyel and Torin. Beatrix, please don't leave me alone with her.
I'll gather my things. Hopefully I have something to analyze this substance. I'll be up all night myself.
I'll keep her occupied while you're looking at and researching them. I think that's our best bet. All right, Menasha, what do you want to read tonight?
I want to read, and she'll pull her backpack down and start ruffling through the books that she still has in her backpack. No, not this one. Not math. She'll pick some random book in her backpack. I want to read this one.
Well, you make the calls then. I'm gonna hang out with you tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be awful boring for you, because reading.
That's fine. You can take the bed. I'll sleep on the floor.
You can have the bed. I'm not tired. Seriously.
Fair enough. But Alikar is not going to sleep. She's going to literally sit up in her bed and just kind of keep her eye on Vanasha just to make sure she doesn't catch any tomfoolhardiness or something.
Okay.
Even if that means watching Vanasha just read.
Okay. So elves generally don't sleep so
Sleep
much
much.
as meditate.
Yeah. If anything, I could still meditate and be fine.
But it's usually during those meditations that you have been seeing like the visions.
So she's just probably going to get into like a meditative stance and at least start there. And she's assuming that if anything does happen, she'd kind of snap out of it, much like the nightmares have been doing to her anyway. So
Okay, that seems fair. Sage?
Yeah, Coffin's actually gonna stay awake as much as he can. Because I remember something.
What's that?
The feeling of being tied up and stabbed.
Mm-hmm.
That gives me a feeling that it's either going to happen the next day or this night.
Awesome.
So I'm gonna try and stay awake as best I can. I'll be awful in the morning, but
Okay.
it's better than nothing.
Alrighty. So, we'll go to Merla, Tael, and Torin.
Excellent.
You know the drill at this point. Where Tael will get you to escort her to the temple and drop her off at the lift, basically. But this time she will take Torin with her. You step through into the teleport. Torin will step through into the teleporter with Tael, and then she will lead him down into the chamber with the large dreamstone crystal in the middle of the room. She looks up at the crystal, then backwards pensively at Torin. I didn't mean to hide any of this from you. I want you to realise. But I'm the only one that can use this, you know. But once we are married, our bloodlines will be one. Meaning, I can pass this ability onto our children. What's he rolling?
Yeah, what is he rolling? Oh.
Alright, what's that cool? Let's see how sober he is for this. Can always make him just make a fortitude save. Just to see if he can resist the alcohol. And then shortly we'll have a question to ask everybody else.
Sorry, I was answering a question. What was up?
I was wondering what your response was. You said 1 sec and you rolled a d20 on something.
Oh, seeing if I've sobered up any.
Okay, yeah, you can say, we'll just say make that as a fortitude save, so that's plenty for you to have sobered up.
We pass this ability on to our children?
Yes. Only those of my bloodline are allowed within this chamber after dark. But once we're married, you two will have access. Part of the ceremony tomorrow will be uniting your blood with mine, and from that moment on, you two will become a guardian of this place. From here,
What does it do?
well, I grant the people of this city a good night's sleep.
You dream the dreams?
Yes. While I wake, the city sleeps, and they will see the greatest dreams they ever have. This is why I tend to sleep through the morning. I'm exhausted by the time that most people rise. I wished merely for you to see what to expect from me for the next few years at least.
What would happen if you didn't perform the ceremony?
If I did not, then how would the people dream? There would be no unification of the people. There were tales of times before where people were aggressive, unable to function. Through the use of the Dreamstone, my father and mother have brought unity amongst our people. Everyone is happy. Everyone wants to be here, and everybody has motivation to keep within our walls, to keep everyone safe. If I stopped the dreams, we would lose that.
The dreams keep people from leaving?
Oh no, people are free to leave whenever they choose. But they choose to be here because they know how peaceful and happy life is within our walls. I wish I could grant these dreams to the rest of the world, but its power does not reach that far.
Would these dreams have affected me for the last few nights?
They should do, within our walls.
Because I tell you, my dreams have not been good. I've had nightmares.
She looks very worried about that. That's not possible. Any within the walls are subject to the dreams from the crystal.
I'm not alone, Tael. We've all had bad dreams.
What do you see in these dreams?
Nothing good for this city.
She'll slump down to her knees. That is not what I wished for you. I wished for you to dream of me. I thought you did.
I've dreamed of dense fogs, shadowy figures, ships on fire.
I've never sent these dreams to you. I swear, please believe me.
I'm not saying you sent them, but I'm wondering if the stone sends them itself.
No, the stone is merely an amplifier of my wishes. I channel through the dream stone, and my vision becomes everybody's. We are unified together. There is no will here. It is an amplifier, nothing more. Like the crystal that the city itself is built upon. Do not understand.
If you had nightmares, would it amplify them?
It could. But I've never had nightmares. It is a blessing of my mother's line. It is why we are chosen.
Merla, you've been having nightmares?
Merla isn't in there, is she?
No, Merla's left outside. She's not allowed within the chambers.
Ah, okay. Oh, correct. I'm not sure how to direct this. Well, let's see what you do.
She forces herself back up onto her feet. If I am causing you harm, I'm not sure I should.
They're just dreams. I can endure.
But I wish only for everyone's happiness.
Oh.
She quite sadly turns round to the Dreamstone. If I don't do this, then no one will have pleasant dreams tonight.
Then do as you must, I will endure.
She puts her hand up to the Dreamstone, and light erupts from the crystal. And now this is where the question is for you guys. Do you want to finish this off next week?
Oh my god! Ah!
I'm going to spend a week wondering if I put doubt in this girl's mind and I'm going to end up causing the doom of this city.
See, I'm scared that if she uses the power, our angry old horny man is going to go, and that's going to set her off.
I'm straight out scared that I revealed way too much, and that I caused it to.
It's got everyone's like, did I do this? This is great. I'm just thinking, like, if I get a bit more time, I can put together like maps and stuff for the next section, which will make it a lot more interactive.
I'm game with that, but I am at this point genuinely concerned that this only works because she believes in it, and now I put doubt in her head.
And now you think she's going to put out bad dreams because she's questioning her worth and her
Now
value.
bad dreams will be transmitted because I have made her question it.
Torin, the Princess Slayer!
Oh no!
Me and his family.
Torin, the killer of dreams.
The Dream Killer!
That's his new title. We've got a new title for Torrin every week. We've gone from Kingslayer to, was it Princess Slayer, to...
I'm going to put the Dream Warriors music video in the channel.
Oh, but if you guys are available next week, I would actually like to postpone it there. I think that's
I'm
race
fine with
in
that.
this world, and I am causing so much harm.
So what'd you do today? I started a riot. How about you? Oh, I had a tomato soup.
Alrighty, what did you do?
I got drunk and inhaled the mist.
Fortitude may be damned. He is fucking sober now.
Oh yes.
I'm definitely fine with holding out until next week for this. I think this is a really good cliffhanger. And knowing that Tor is going to be rotting and festering over this for an entire week, as horrible as it is to say, makes it all the more funnier to me.
Well, to be fair,
oh God.
as I said, I'm festering on. Did I reveal too much and nothing's gonna happen from the dream machine now, but something's gonna happen the next day?
Nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows.
I look forward to this every week, knowing that at the end of the session, I feel like shit.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, same here, actually.
I think next session will definitely be the finale, though, because this is kind of like the turning point right now.
Like I said, I've said previously, I don't do inter-party stuff for a reason. I generally feel bad. Well,
Half the fun is name calling and sucker punching somebody in the solar plexus.
I was legitimately concerned as soon as Tor started talking, saying how he was having nightmares. I'm like, should he have told her that? Or should he have just silently observed to see what goes down? Or was this what Peach was expecting him to do? I wonder.
But I can't lie to her.
Oh.
She's too pure.
I know. And then she's like, I just want people to be happy. I'm like, oh, damn it, Peach, why did you do this to us? How fucking dare you?
Tails, one of my favorite
Ash did
characters.
warn us.
Oh, this is not good, because now she feels horrible. She thinks she's doing something wrong, which we don't know what this night's sleep is going to look like now for people.
And you won't know, because the one person that was having proper dreams is now going to be awake all night.
She gonna be wide awake.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, as I said, Coffin's gonna try and be awake because he doesn't trust that he ain't gonna get stabbed tonight.
I mean, I'll still be meditating, so the nightmares are what stop me from my meditation. So if anything, while I'm not sleeping, if I do feel something bad or rot, it's gonna snap me out of it. So we still have that. Unless, Merla, can you fall asleep for us and let us know what happens?
We can try. She was planning on going to sleep anyway.
But I was the only one who was actually affected.
Oh
by
yeah, she was having
normal
good
dreams.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh shit.
So yeah, I think that's a beautiful, beautiful cliffhanger. Apologies to Drake in the background there. So you're talking on chat. Just be focusing on the running of the game throughout the whole night. Hope you have a good night, sir, and take care.
Bye, Drake. Drake, we just ended a world.
Yeah,
Probably.
His comment was story flipped sideways.
Oh man, this is gonna be such.
Oh, well, I hope you guys have enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to next week's session. It'll be the last one that we do. Last one this year, last one before Christmas, last one of the story. So there's a lot of lasts next week.
It's gonna be a hell of a ride.
Dude,
I've never looked forward to weddings. Oh god, weddings.
Red wedding.
This is going to be one to remember.
They never turn out well.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. I want to say
you guys couldn't elope?
It doesn't work that way.
Nope.
So many magical properties that have to be transferred.
Yep.
Yeah, and that was the other thing. That stuck out like a sore thumb to me. This is the other thing. Now, Sage, you did a right thing. I do want you to know. You didn't mention anything about the vows to the servant. So he doesn't know that the vows are binding when they speak to one another. So we still have that kind of as the upper hand.
Well, part of it is partially Coffin was legitimate that he was trying to go straight after being a thief. He's just bad at it.
Yeah, no, and that's why I was like, you gave them some information, but you didn't give them everything. Like, it's still kind of like out there. It was still vague. So I feel like hopefully we'll be okay. I don't think it's going to be that bad. And
We'll see next
I have no idea
You're
what
not
Kyle's
talking
going to do
like
now.
that voice, Peach.
And everybody that's like, you're paranoid, that's what the Mars Acolyte sounds like. That's why I'm like, I don't trust this motherfucker. I heard that Peach voice before.
Nope. Nope. He's just
Snape.
motionless.
We've
Yes.
met,
I did channel my inner
medieval
Snape for
fantasy.
him.
I was like, oh, fuck. I'm like, oh my god. Tell me Tadare's this planet sign is Mars, and I didn't put two and two together.
Nope. He's not Mars.
Well, we also tried looking that up, I think.
We couldn't find
And they
out.
don't do that in Moo.
Nope.
Yeah, they don't recognize it in moves, so we should be fine. Fuck.
I'm going to sign out of stream, but thank you very much for playing, everybody. I will be back in like a minute or so. Going to do all the usual shout-outs and whatnot.
Yeah, same.
To the adventuring party, if you guys are still in here, where the fuck is this other queen? Where's Torin's mom?
I was actually going to ask that.
Because he's the son of King Tadare
wait,
and Queen
no.
Mayera.
Alex.
And they mentioned that over there, say, matriarchal.
Yep.
thing.
I'll be back in a second, and you can ask some of that stuff if you know
Okay.
answers. Okie dokie. So, yeah, I was expecting things to end today, but pacing was brilliant. Couldn't have asked for a better ending on that one. And we are gonna just say a bunch of thank yous as usual today. Sorry for anybody that was in the background there trying to talk to me. I do give 100% attention to my gamers to make sure they know what's going on. On the off chance that you are still hovering around, Drake, thank you very much for dropping by, man. I managed to whittle this week down to about 60 hours instead of the 70 I was expecting, mainly because I just didn't do everything that I was supposed to. I was far too tired. It just means that this week's going to be a little bit longer, so maybe I can squeeze that down to about 50-ish hours, and we'll be ready for the Christmas break. So next week we are massively looking forward to the actual final session. I thought today was going to be the last one, but it's not. It's the penultimate one, as we find out what happens the final night before the wedding next week. So my usual big shout outs to everybody who's been playing in today's game, starting with Pizza Maid, who has been hosting this game every single week. Highly would recommend just give me a follow on that channel to make sure you don't miss any future role-playing sessions in case I've not been able to stream it properly. She has a much more professional outlook to things than I do. Next up, we give a shout out to Jana Bay, who, when she streams, a great one to watch, and is playing our very drunk bard today, which is a new dimension to every story when people do those unexpected things. Next up, we have Eden on Earth, a daily streamer, been doing a lot of work with the Final Fantasy XIV new content and of course Cyberpunk 2077. Great game. Will not be streaming that. Too busy playing it. Next up, I believe we have Ash Reaver, our noble guard and paladin. I think I've hopefully spelled the username right here. Yes, I did. Did a lot of work on Monster Hunter recently, which I think is always kind of getting me back into the feel for it. So a big thank you very much to Ash on that one. And the last one we've got is Tor versus. I always have to double check I'm spelling this one correct. Tor versus Gaming. Yep, that's the one. Brilliant. But a huge thank you to our little halfling prince has made this a very entertaining game. And again, a big thank you to Sage of Time, who does not stream yet, but will be at some point, so watch this space. Either way, thank you very much for dropping by, everybody that's been here today. Hope you've enjoyed it. If you have any theories, drop me a message, whether that's Twitter, Facebook, or just right through DM on Twitch. If you're part of the Made This Cafe service on a Discord, then you can also message me there. I am Pete Chips, your host, and tonight has been a roller coaster of emotions, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope you guys have too. Thank you very much for dropping by, and I will see you guys next time. Bye bye.